Morning, everyone. I see we're half the group yet, so I suggest we wait a little bit more. Maybe colleagues are a bit stuck in traffic, yeah? So we can wait 10, 15 minutes. Thank you. Maybe when we are waiting, I will walk around and check if you guys have the R Studio and the folder that we shared with you. And if you have any questions, so we can take this time at least to sort out the situation in the room. Good morning once again. Nice to see you all fresh back in the today we have a smaller room, but it's cozier and it will be easier with group work. Today we are going to start with we will focus mostly on the algorithm. Most of you have R and R Studio on your computers, and also the folder. But before we get there, I know a few of us are downloading R and R Studio. Let's today we have a little bit better internet, at least as trainers us. So let's go through another tree just to refresh our memories how the algorithm leads the results, because today we provided you three notebooks, what we call notebooks, where the algorithm is stored. There are three indicators, two indicators from DHS, and then there is one indicator from Findex dataset. And I think before we go there, let's look at how the results are on the platform, because on your computers, you're going to get the same results. And you will essentially learn how to reproduce what we have. And once we settle that, the next step is modifying and doing it with your own data set that you have. I hear you guys have newer data sets. So my question to you is, we have from DHS two indicators. We have clean fuel, access to clean fuel for cooking, or secondary education completion among 20 to 35-year-olds. So secondary education completion among youth, younger persons, or access to clean fuel. One of them is a household level indicator, right? It's coming from DHS's household recode. It has lesser circumstances to desegregate it with, very similar to basic sanitation that we saw yesterday. So that's one option. The other option is secondary education. Which one shall we have a look? Any preference? Would you like individual or household? Household. Then let's do both of them. We start with household and go to, okay, let's do it like that. All right. All right. Now, the platform, I think many people were going through the platform yesterday. We wanted to take you through also a little bit, but this is the landing page. Yeah. When you come here, you're choosing your indicator, country, and year, and then pressing go. Thank you. And when you go down in the page, on the landing page, most of the things we used yesterday are coming from here. So we have the infographics that it was in our presentation that explain. Then we have some regional overview summary charts. For example, here, this shows the LNOB situation in Indonesia in a shell chart. We call this a shell chart. We would like this to be a donut, an orange donut, so that orange is always furthest behind, right? If furthest behind has 100% access, then all these columns in the circular would be a full donut. So it would mean nobody is left behind. But if we have not a full donut, then it means there are certain SDGs where things are not as good as in the others. Again, this is very old data. Things are much better now, but this is something that we can do if you like to get a summary statistics from our platform. You can also choose just one indicator and all countries. For example, this is now electricity, access to electricity. In many countries, really universal access is there. So this is one of the charts which comes close to the orange donut. We have a bubble chart. This is again a regional overview. You have all the SDG indicators on the y-axis, and then access rates in the bottom. And the size of the ball represents the size of the furthest behind. So it's a bit interactive. Again, I won't go through it, but just to tell you that it's here, and if you'd like, you can always screen grab from this. Yesterday we showed you the video of the index. We have a similar video for the machine learning. So if you'd like to see that, we also have now newer videos about SDG3 and SDG8 and about the platform. So you can check those there. Publications, I think Zilu mentioned, we have very different publications, technical materials. We have flagship reports, country briefs, VNR briefs, they're all here. And then, yeah, news and events, and I think testimony we saw yesterday. So these we saw. What we didn't show you is also this overview results. On the menu up top here, when you open the hamburger menu, you have overview results. And if you don't want to get the trees, but you just want to get the underlying data, the results for Indonesia, for all SDGs, for example, you would come to the overview results. And if you like, you can take the all data from 2012 and 2017, or you select whichever year, and you can always download it in CSV format. Yeah. And if you like, you can let the overview table also show you the regions, not just the national results, but also the regions. So if I click this one, for example, the table will be updated now. It might take a while because now we're bringing, yeah. So see, we're now starting from ACE 2012, all SDG indicators in the platform available. Then ACE 2017. And then we'll go to Bali, right? So the results are available at subnational level. This is not so appealing because it's very old data. But I'm happy to tell you that we have a new project coming up, and we actually pre-selected Indonesia there. And in this new project, we want to expand this platform so we bring even Susenas, Sakernas, not just DHSN mix. Okay, so now let's go to our clean fuel, starting with household indicator. I'm checking clean fuel for indicator. Then we have Indonesia and 2017. Let's look at the latest year. Yesterday, we wanted to show you this. This is the results page. There are lots of results here. There's really a lot. It starts with the national tree. Now let's do this a bit interactive. This is national level access to clean cooking fuel. The tree is starting from the mother node. It's telling us that 72% of households in Indonesia had access to clean fuels for cooking back in 2017. These are non-solid fuels used at home only for cooking purposes. It's SDG 7.1.2. So our algorithm is following a similar approach with the circumstances. We are saying disaggregate this with wealth of the household, residence of the household, and the highest level of education in the household. 3 circumstances. Very similar setup to basic sanitation. That is where we stop. We don't say anything else. And then the algorithm decides where to start the disaggregation and how to sequence it. So it found that, again, similar to basic sanitation, wealth matters the most. So among the richer households, the top 60, 93% are using clean fuels for cooking. Among the poorer ones, only 45% are using clean fuels for cooking. 55% are not using. Among the poorer ones, if you go with the bottom 3, bottom branches here, among the bottom 40, the next circumstance is residence. So urban, rural. Rural households are worse off than urban households. So poorer urban, 59% have access. Poorer rural, 39% have access to clean fuels. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay. So yesterday in basic sanitation, I think urban rural wasn't showing at the second level. It was education of the household. In clean fuels, we have urban rural coming up. And then among rural households, those households where household members have only lower education. In the household, there's no one with more than primary education. So they're furthest behind. 33% have access, 67% doesn't have access to clean fuels. So that's why they are marked as orange, as furthest behind, and they represent, when you hover around the node, the orange node, you see that there are 5,373 households there, and they represent 11.2% of the households in Indonesia. So in addition to the access rate, we are also reporting the size. And the branch here is representing that. This branch says this is a smaller group that's about 11%. So I talked about the furthest behind. Can someone tell me who is the furthest ahead? Which group is furthest ahead? Which circumstances are intersecting? We've got the top 60, yeah, that's richer. With urban and, so relatively richer, urban, but they have secondary and lower education. This is interesting. I mean, the difference here, 95 to 94, it may not be a statistically significant result. The LNOB tree is not doing any t-test, f-test, any tests that we do in parametric setup, yeah? It's only looking at R square, and it's disaggregating. There is no testing here. Later on, in a parametric setup, if you want to test this, we can go ahead and test and see if there's any difference between tertiary educated urban richer versus secondary lower educated urban richer. Do we have any questions on the tree? Yeah. So so at the bottom, you're seeing that the source is DHS, and this is a result based on 47,963 households. And the first tab is the decision tree. Then we have an information tab here. So information about the data source, the recodes, the sample, they're all here. So we start with the SDG indicator. This is the 7.1.2 proportion of population with primary reliance on clean fuels. We're reporting that we're using the household recode of DHS, and we explain what clean fuels mean in line with SDG metadata. And then we talk about the circumstances that we're using. Yeah, so wealth of the household, 2 groups, residents, 2 groups, and highest education level, 2 groups. So that's the information tab. If you'd like to clarify something about definitions, data source, that's where you come. And we have the data insights here, navigate or narrating the results a little bit, summarizing. Yeah, so it might be also like who's furthest ahead. This paragraph is saying who's furthest ahead, and then the furthest behind is also here. The next section of the main results allows you to dig deeper into different provinces. So because Aceh comes first alphabetically, we have the result for Aceh. Again, we have the wealth split, then comes education, and residence doesn't show up in Aceh. So people in rural or households in rural or urban areas doesn't seem to contribute enough to explaining the variation within Aceh. But we can go to another, let's go to, I don't know, East Java. The tree is changing. In East Java, we are seeing something quite similar to what we saw at national level. Again, wealth is coming first, residence coming next, and education is appearing only among those in rural, poorer households. So here, The furthest behind, they are worse off than the national. 28% have access. 72% don't have access. Would you like to see another province? Which one? Papua? All right, so Papua. Okay, Papua is doing not too good. So 3% of households have access to clean fuel. If the rural residents matters most, no, everyone is left behind in rural areas. They're using solid cooking fuels. They're using some sort of cooking fuel, right? It's there, but it's the wood or charcoal or things like that. Sometimes food tastes better with wood and charcoal, by the way. I use it at times too. GHS. Yeah. So we see, yes, 514 observations. So this is a very small sample, not too reliable, and this is 2017, yeah, almost 10 years ago. Okay. All right, so that's the subnational analysis, as we call it, that allows you to look into the trees in different provinces of Indonesia. And in the technical training, you will also see how you can move beyond national to the subnational. We'll show you the code for that. It's very simple. It's just filtering data. The next part is reporting the access rates and the D index. So I think Zilu showed you a little bit the chart like we have here. This is again for clean fuel. You have D index on the y-axis. You have the access rates on the x-axis. And the bottom right corner with the dark blues, that's the ideal area where you have high access and low inequality. And they're very interrelated anyways. If you have a high access, there's going to be low inequality by default. And then you have some areas like Papua, West Papua, North Maluku, Maluku, East Nusa. These are the areas where access is low and inequality is quite high. So this is another way of visualizing inequality of opportunity. Again, still we are within Indonesia. Next, we show the result at regional level. Remember, we produce results on these SDG indicators for 33 countries. So this is what we call a box plot, showing furthest behind, furthest ahead, and average. And the wider the gap, the more the problem, let's say. And so in some countries, clean fuel is one of the worst, by the way, indicators for many countries. So you're seeing here Pakistan, Cambodia, Nepal, Philippines, India, Samoa. So wide gaps between furthest behind and furthest ahead. Because ESCAP, our office, UN office, is a regional office, we usually first start with a regional overview. And then when there's demand, we go to a country level analysis. Yeah, so that's why we have the regional picture. When there is available data, we can do overtime analysis and show if things are getting better or if they're getting worse. For example, the first country that pops up here is Cambodia. It might be a little bit difficult for you to see, but in 2014, the gap was 16 percentage points between furthest behind and average. In 2022, that gap even widened more to 44 percentage points. So the gap is increasing. This may be because there's a new furthest behind group, but to be checked, maybe not. So then this is a graph that is sorted. When you have the oranges, it means gaps are increasing. These are the countries where things are getting bad. But then there are countries like Indonesia where the gap decreased from 2012 to 2017. It was 41, then it became 39. So that's an overtime kind of view of what's happening to furthest behind relative to the average. Yeah, everything is relative. We report the D index, again, at regional level for all the countries. Papua New Guinea has the highest inequality in access to clean fuel, followed by Lao PDR, Bangladesh, Kiribati, Myanmar. I think Indonesia is actually less than average D index of regional, 0.16. And in this part, we can also show D index and access rates together. So now the dots represent a country. So we can see which countries are where. So I see Indonesia is here in the better off quadrant where access is relatively high and inequality is relatively low. Relative to what? Relative to Asia Pacific average. And many countries have more recent data. So the situation in Indonesia may be even better. In 2023, Sukernas. Susenas. I mixed them both. Okay. I think the next part is doing the analysis for all the other indicators and giving you an opportunity to compare clean fuel with other SDGs to see, how the gap of clean fuel, if it's too wide, if it's the most problematic SDG. And then the same can be done in the provinces of regions of Indonesia. So you can go from from Aceh to Papua, and you can see which SDGs have wider gaps, which SDGs have shorter gaps. So all these are available on our platform. Do we have any questions on clean fuel? Yes, please. There's one question.
Yes, I want to make sure in subnational analysis, we analysis in Aceh and East Java. In Aceh, no disaggregation in 60%, but in East Java, there's disaggregation in 60% wealth. Is because no gap between urban rural or any or not enough of sampling.
Thank you very much. So in Aceh, we see the first split is bottom 40, top 60. So by default, 40% of the sample is in the poor and 60% is in the top. Yeah. So when we come here, so we have, I think Aceh, we have 836 observations. So is the question about the index? So here I want to say there's enough sample. So 60% of the sample is there. We can see there's 354 observations. So we could actually divide this, split more, but the algorithm didn't decide because there was not enough variation among the wealthy people. 97% already have access, so it's pretty close to universal. Maybe if the algorithm behind the scenes tried and it saw that there's not much variation, and then it didn't. What was the name of the other province you mentioned? East
Java.
East Java. Okay, let's look at East Java. Okay, so in East Java, yeah, the 93% split because the algorithm found that in East Java, among the richer households, urban-rural mattered enough that it contributed to R-square enough through ANOVA that the algorithm said there is enough sample size and residence explains variation nice. It's minimizing the sum of square errors sufficiently, so I'm going to disaggregate. Yeah? And I mean, the advantage of East Java, I see it's the sample size is also quite large, yeah, 7,000 people. So it's also helping to find out more variation. And the it's also 93%, a bit lower. So maybe, you know, there's really, you see the 89 to 96, there's the 7 percentage point gap there. Is that clear? Yeah, okay. Any other questions? Yes, please. Here.
Yeah, I just wonder in whether in the platforms the indicator to split the data set in circumstances, is it predefined or customized? Because I see here it's around like three circumstances, right? Like wealthy and then urban residents and then education.
Education, yeah.
Is it customized or?
So the platform is not customizable. We have the standard analysis. Actually, this reminds me, here you have this drop-down menu, which we call standard analysis. If there's additional variables like disability or religion, ethnicity, minority status, language, we add more circumstances to our standard model. But I think in the case of Indonesia, maybe in DHS, we didn't have this indicator, so we didn't add it. The technical training's purpose is exactly that, so that you can go beyond what's on the platform. You know, the platform, we keep the circumstance list small because we are doing this analysis for 33 countries. So we cannot add country-specific circumstances, then it will not be comparable across countries. But in the technical training, for example, today, if you go through the clean fuel, you will see how to add more circumstances into the model, yeah? And then you can change the model, and the tree could probably change.
And then the second one about the variation, because I see that the first one is like the wealth, yeah, this one is quite like 75 and 95 and 94. It's quite like only 1% difference.
Yeah, yeah.
And then how could we like explain to like non-technical persons to explain this? Because you say that it's based on the variation, but intuitively, if we see the 95 and 94, it's not really
Yeah.
big difference, right?
It's not big difference because, you know, it's following an objective criteria, and it finds that among urban richer households, education contributed to R square enough. And then it continued. Now, this is governed by something called complexity parameter. And we're going to see this in the technical training in the algorithm. So for example, I suggest that if you go through clean fuel, we can play with that complexity parameter, increase it a little bit, which basically increases the cost of splitting. So when we increase the complexity parameter, we will ask for a higher R square by a circumstance. And in that sense, for example, maybe when we increase the complexity parameter, here this final split will not happen because the algorithm will say, okay, the contribution to explaining inequality within richer urban by education is not enough anymore. It used to be, but now that the cost is higher, it's not. So you can still, in a sense, trim the tree. If you see something that's not so easily explainable to the policymaker, you still have a control over kind of like playing with the tree. In the machine learning system, in the machine learning literature, algorithms, you have what's called supervised and unsupervised models. We are in the supervised model. So we are the supervisor of this. It's not going crazy with artificial AI picking on its own, yeah? So we can still not manipulate, but make it a bit more meaningful, yeah? Yeah, great question, thank you. These are good ideas for making the technical bit more fun. Any other questions? Let's have a quick look at secondary education, and then you guys tell us which one you want to focus on in the technical training. We will go through one code from DHS, and I'll then show you quickly another code from Global Findex for a different purpose, for flexibility. But I think it's better that we are now seeing the two indicators, and you can decide which one we go with. The notebooks are in your folder, so you can go through it on your own also. Once we go through one template, it will be much, much easier. All right, so what we have, secondary education, 20 to 35. Let's go to, we have 43,205 individuals, men and, I think men and women, let me see. Yes, household member code, so this is men and women. 43,205 individuals in this age group. This relates to SDG 4.1.2. Did they complete secondary education? And we're talking about upper secondary education, so likely to be the grade 12. Did they complete it, at least? And here, we're splitting it by wealth of the household, residence, and the sex of the individual. We are not putting age there because already we have a very small age group, 20 to 35. But if you like, you can still add it as an additional circumstance. In the technical training, there could be a group work activity. And we are not adding education because we are already desegregating education, so we are not going to desegregate education with education, right? So that's not there. But more circumstances could come here. Disability status, again, minority status. This model can be extended. So I'm not going to say who is furthest ahead. I won't say this time. Who is furthest ahead? And maybe no cheating, so I'm not going to show it the data insights. So yeah, furthest ahead are the blue. Who are the blue? The- yeah. So males living in urban areas and living in richer households, they are furthest ahead. Who is furthest behind? Bottom 40. So women living in rural areas and in poorer households. Yeah. I think I need to check, but in Susenas, this may have changed because in many countries we are seeing the other way around now. Men are left behind in education. Women are doing much better. I think it's, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is very old, but I'm saying maybe the new one this might have changed. I don't remember who's furthest ahead, furthest behind. We can check later. Okay, yeah, excellent. So again, maybe we don't need to go too much, but if you guys want to see a few provinces, we have the results, in Aceh, for example, among furthest ahead, we don't see sex appearing, but it's actually men who are poorer. So poorer men are worse off than poorer women in Aceh. Slightly. The gap is not too big. We talked about East Java before. East Java is similar to the national, yeah? Poorer women are worse off. Only 22% of poorer women have completed secondary education, and 3/4 of men, urban and richer men, completed secondary education. Okay. Do we have any questions? I hope colleagues who are downloading our studio are now done with our studio. Can I have a hand if we have a colleague? This is no shaming. If anyone who doesn't have our studio or the folders, because we are not going to leave anyone behind. We are not going to force anyone. Also, we are, trying to be, no despotic here. But if you would like to go through this algorithm, we are not leaving anyone behind. Anyone without our studio? Okay, everything downloaded. Anyone without the training materials? Excellent. Everyone is on. Everyone is on board. Okay, now I think I hand over to you. Yeah.
So maybe we can check the secondary education tree first. Yeah, so here if you look at the tree, we're seeing like female have higher completion rate compared to male.
More recent, yeah.
Yeah. So do I also need to share it in Zoom? Okay. Okay. Cannot move the file. Okay. Okay. Oh, So now we're going to start session 5. I think most of you have already set up your RStudio work environment. Do you still want to announce this? Okay. So we in the through the Google Drive link, you have downloaded the materials, which includes some R notebooks for training purpose. Like when we are producing the results on the platform, we're using a more complex set of mother code so that we can run stuff systematically for all the 33 countries across multiple years. And so with the R notebook, we will try to walk you through some one indicator as an example, and maybe later you can use that as a template if you want to customize your model or kind of explore additional circumstances or even apply that to a new indicator or new data sources. So this is basically you have the folder and you have RStudio set up. Yeah. So now we're going to switch to our stuff. So everyone has this folder. And I would, okay, sorry, let me reshare that. So now we're in the folder of the materials. At the big, so maybe before I start, I want to ask the participants, how many of you have experience using R or Python? Please raise your hands. I know some of them, but some of you guys do. Just please, okay. More. I think there are more. Okay, some of you, great. How many have experience with either Stata or SPSS? Okay, great, we have more. We are using this R notebook because we really kind of rely on one of the R package to run the card algorithm. But later when we explore the notebook, you actually can prepare all your data, clean your data for analysis, and then import to R just for the final step of running the card algorithm. And as I explained yesterday, for D-index, you don't necessarily need the code. You can even do it in Excel. So in this materials, so in this folder of our training, we have provided the Excel file for you to look at D-index. And because not everyone has experience with R or Python, let's open this one, r_training.rmd. So we'll just spend some time explaining the very basics of the R, the data types, before we go into an example of the indicator. So just to make things a bit easier for everyone, if you have your RStudio session open, you just close everything. And then you go to this folder. So it's in the training folder and a subfolder named r_training. And you find the r_training.rmd file and just double click to open. So just a bit basic, like the RMD file is actually like R Markdown. The nice feature compared to just basic R code is that it will automatically locate the current folder where it is saved. So by double click the file, like you don't really have to worry about the file path and other things, the working directory. So now you should have your RStudio open. And if you see something, something like what is called, if you see a message here like asking you to install R Markdown, you can click yes to install. So this is the kind of RStudio environment. As you can see, there are different panels, like different windows in the same console. Like earlier, we asked you to install both the R and the RStudio. Like the R is actually the base kind of the software behind. But if you try to open that, you will see like it's not very user-friendly. It's a bit difficult to use. But the RStudio is actually a kind of interface, IDE. It makes things easier to use. Now you have all the windows together in one panel, and you have a lot of more friendly kind of features that you can use to make your coding easier, and also easier for people who just start learning R. So here, this part, this is our code. This is a code file. And on the right, we're seeing this part. This is top right window, and it will show you the environment. So later, when you create some data object or you import a data set, you will see everything you generate will show a list here, so that you can always check like what you have created in the environment. And here, like bottom right, here is another window where, so under the Files tab, you can see this is the current working directory, and you can navigate things there. But later, if you run if you generate a plot or something, it will also show here if you ask to kind of export it. And later I'll also show like we can access some help documentation for the different package, different function, different syntax of R. And this bottom left, this window is the console. So basically it will show the commands you you execute and also the results. So here with the R with our code, we're seeing like for our Markdown file, or in this case, we're using our notebook, like all the code will be, the basic unit is a chunk. It's a code chunk. So we are kind of wrapping some of the code with this sort of, it's basically we're wrapping the code with a structure. so that we can execute in batches. So for example, like things between this part, if you see this green like arrow, it will tell you like run the current chunk. It will basically run the things in this kind of light gray area. And there's also a function like this one. It's a kind of a line and all the chunks handy. And you can also run kind of a selected line. And there's also a key shortcut like Control and Enter to just you select certain line and Control and Enter. It will only run this line. And if you see in the console below, it basically tell you like which command you run. Is it okay? So maybe then we can start a little bit about the basics of R. So for those who have used Stata before, I think like for Stata, it's you can only view a data set at one time. But in like R or Python, like you have a lot more like flexibility. Like you can have all sort of data objects, like multiple data objects in the same environment at the same time. So here to go through some basic stuff. For example, like we can, the first part, like we are, this line 15, is basically we're creating a data object and assigning a single value of 1 to it. So once you run it, it will create X, name X. And if you look at the right part, in the environment, it will show you one object named X, and the value is 1. So alternately, you can use equal sign to assign the value. So the next one, if you click this run current chunk, this green arrow, it creates another data object named A, and the value is 14. And you can also try to access the value. You can just, for example, type A in the console, and it will return the value, and enter, it will return its value. And you can also use like a print command, it will do something very similar. So you're seeing like now we have multiple objects in the environment. So, and special type of data is logical. It's either true or false. So let's run this chunk. And you can see here, because it's in R Markdown, you have the option to actually output the results under the code chunk itself. So basically, you create a data object named bool1, and you're assigning value of true. So this is a special type of value. You don't need a quotation mark or something because it's not a text string. It's not a number either. It's just a logical type of data. Only takes a value of capital true and false. So, and if we're printing the class of bool1, it will tells you it's a logical value. This will be handy if you like doing kind of if else like conditional clause later. So then we have like, we can create numeric values with floating points. You run this chunk. So it creates 2 objects, if you look at the right window. So one is called weight with a value of 63.5, and one is called height. And now we have a character. You can have a text string. So you basically can put double quotation marks around. This single quotation mark will also work, but I think we tend to use like double quotation mark more often. So if you click this chunk, it gives you another two data objects. One is called fruit. You're seeing in the right environment, it has the value of apple. And because you see the double quotation mark, it meaning it's a text string. So now you know that how you create like data objects of single values of different types. Now we can create a vector. A vector can contain multiple values of the same type. So for example, line 71, this line is telling R to create a vector named languages. And the value is actually, a vector of three values, of three text value. So this is a character vector, and it has three values of Swift, Java, and R. And later you can actually select any of them with certain selection operator. So for example, in this, so we can first, if you select this line, Control, Enter, look at the right, it creates a character vector of like 1, 2, 3. It means it has 3 elements, and they are Swift, Java, and R. So the next command you're seeing, language bracket 1, it tells R to fetch the first element of language. So languages have 3 elements. We're fetching the first one, which is Swift. So you can run this line. Like in the console, you'll see it print Swift. It doesn't print the other elements because we only select the first one. Similarly, we can run this one. And we'll skip this part. So another handy one is line 88. So here we are telling R to create a number vector of the value from 1 to 5. So it will actually create 5 elements, 5 values in the vector. Let's run this. So here you're creating a vector of integers, and there are 5 going from the value of 1 to 5. You don't have to type like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a bit easier. And if you print, you have the 5 values. So these are pretty common. So after we have a single value, we have a vector of multiple value of the same type. And then if we go a little bit towards here, like line 159, we're going to create a data frame. So this will be the thing like you're most familiar with when you import a data set into R, because we usually use things of data frame like 2-dimension, different variables. So here, the first part, we are trying to create a data frame from scratch. So basically, we are compiling 3 different vectors. So the first vector is a character vector. It has 3 values. And second one is named age. It contains numeric values. And the third one called vote. It contains logical values. So basically, we're going to create a data set of 3 variables or 3 columns, and with 3 rows, because each vector you have 3 elements. So let's run this part. So here now you see, like, other than the values, you're seeing data, and we create a data frame called data frame 1. It has 3 observations of 3 variables. So once you import any survey data or other data, you typically see things in this structure. And a handy thing is you can basically click this blue arrow. Or alternatively, you see in the console, it shows you can use the view command, it's the same. And in the main panel, you can actually view the data set. And we create the 3 different variables with their name. So that's the basic kind of data types in R. And later when we're working, you're seeing we will create multiple data frame objects and also some objects of values. So this concludes the first kind of base R part. Does anyone have any question? Is it okay to? So it's basically like we have different type of data objects, and whatever we create, it will be shown in the environment. And later when we do the R notebook, you will see like how we apply that in different steps. Shall we move on to the next one? We can move on. Okay. Okay. So maybe we can start the R notebook of one DHS indicator. So any preference on either clean fuel or secondary education? One is household level indicator, the other is individual level indicator. Secondary education, okay. So again, like I would, although you can have ways to set the path, but the easiest way is just to close the R session and restart by double click the training notebook. So we are now in the R_training folder. We go one level back and you see this IDN 2017 secondary EDU R markdown. You double click that to open. Okay. So once you have opened, the first part is installing necessary packages. So now you're seeing everything is in green because we have a hashtag or pound sign before. That's the way to make R recognize this is a line of comment. This is not the code. We're not going to execute. You have similar things instead, like putting a star asterisk. So because some of you might have the packages installed, but if you just downloaded RStudio, you need to install additional packages for running. So the way to do that is you remove this hashtag, and you are seeing the code are changing color. So you remove this 5 lines, and then you click run current chunk. And if you haven't installed the packages, it will start install them, and we'll maybe give people like 5 minutes so that you have this part completed.
So that's line 12 to line 16. For the first time you're using RStudio, it's better to install this, but in the next sessions you will not need. Yeah, this is only one time installing.
So maybe everyone can try to run this chunk.
Yeah. I'll walk around. Anyone running into issue? Yeah,
And,
so that's a good question. There is a question about how to clear the previous session, the things that we created in the environment. So Zilu's environment is empty now. There is that image there, the broom. So it's cleaning up the environment. Yeah.
And also, if you have things from the previous notebook, I would encourage you to actually close R, because now we changed the file path. But later in the code, I'll also show you how can you do that by code.
This internet issue is there in many countries. In our first trainings, this was in Mongolia, in the very, very cold Mongolia, -22. Maybe that was why internet was slow, I don't know. And in the first version of this code, we had many more packages. Zilu did a great review of this and then reduced the packages. So now we have fewer packages to load, which is good. But trust me, in every country, while loading, it takes a little bit time. But don't worry, we're going to take this time now, and we will not have to worry about it next. If you're thinking, did it install or not, R is giving you some warnings or messages in red. When we see the warnings, we are not worrying. It's not a bad thing. It's good that we are hearing feedback from R. Yeah. So to check if you have installed or not, you can try the next one, the next chunk here. For example, here it says loading required, loading required. It's attaching package. It's loading. So you have very good messages, long messages from R to you. You can delete this by pressing the X here. And then you can run the next chunk. This is the chunk called loading packages from 24 to 29. So when you run this, if you don't have any error messages, it means your packages are loaded. Yeah. And when you click the green button here, the green triangle, you will see that a green line appears next to the numbers, and it's telling you if things are going smoothly. Yeah, look, the green is going. If there's ever an error, it will stop somewhere and it will say, pop, 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 I can't do this. It's giving us warnings. But so let's take a look. I would imagine that all packages are pretty much loaded now. So yes, sometimes there can be version issues, but let's do a check. Sometimes it doesn't. It's a warning, but not too applicable. So close this and then try to load. When you loaded the packages, it gave this. Yeah. Can you press again? Now it seems to be okay, I think. It's just saying, yeah. Anyone not sure if packages are loaded? I think we're in good shape. This is different code. No, you're way ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, someone is finishing the training before 10:30. No, good, very good. Okay. With the first notebook, we'll go slow, just so that we don't leave anyone behind. In the next notebook, it will be super fast, because we need to first settle things down. a bit of also today's plan, similar to yesterday, we will break at 12 for 1 hour, okay? The prayer time and to relax a little bit. And then we will start group work at 1 o'clock, and the group will go until 3 p.m. today. It's 2 hours of group work. When we get there, we'll talk a little bit more about this, but for now, the idea is to familiarize you with the notebook so that in the group work, you can start modifying the notebook based on what you like in the afternoon. And that group work will take us to tomorrow also. So tomorrow, whole morning, 9 to 12, we'll be doing the group work. And by group work, you might finish earlier. Yeah, if you're too advanced, you might finish earlier. You can produce even more, but you will see that the graph that we produce in R, similar to what, if you remember, Zilu shared with you yesterday from Susenas, this green, yellow, and red R outputs. They're not as beautiful as our LNOB trees on the platform. So when you work on your own trees, the aim of the group work is to generate new trees that can inform the VNR. Yeah, so we have the expert group here now. You guys will do better trees than we did. Maybe with new data, if you have Susenas 2024, if you have Sakarnas 2023, so you can start generating trees, and we can, if you like, we can convert them into the LNOB, nice LNOB versions. We can show you how to do that. And in the future, if you like, you can always reach out to us for converting the R output to the nice Drupal version that's on our platform.
So I hope most of you have successfully installed all the packages and have no problem loading the packages. So to begin with, I'll just introduce a bit of the structure of the code so that you know, like later when you want to modify things, where to go. So one handy feature of the R Markdown is you can easily navigate different chunks. Like for example, if you see here's an outline option. If you click this, it will show you the kind of a different level of headings when we're creating the notebook. So we're now at step 0, prepare the environment. So you have just done install necessary packages. If you click each title, it will bring you to the respective part of the code. And then you complete loading packages. And if you look at the other steps, then next step, as step 1, we will import the data. We will read in the raw data, and sometimes we need some additional, like selecting or cleaning the data, and then, or even merging. Then in step 2, we're going to generate different variables. We're first going to generate the indicator, which is secondary education completion in this case. And also we will define the different circumstances in the data. And step 3, we will run the cart algorithm. So if you look at the packages we have installed, the key parts are, the most important packages are rpart and rpart.plot. So these are the packages we use to run the cart algorithm and generate the trees. So actually, up until step 3, like everything before, you can prepare the data. You can clean the data in Stata, in Python, in SPSS, or even in Excel. So whichever way you're comfortable with, if going on, like you're not going to use R for data cleaning. So we're quite flexible until step 3, because the key part here is we provide the code for you to run a cart in R. And after that, we will, in step 4, we will walk you through some codes for calculating d-index. We won't actually go into the code because it's a relatively simple measure. You don't have to use R, you can use Excel. So we won't spend much time on that. And then in step 5, we have some sample code for you to generate the same cart results for different regions or provinces. So maybe you can try click the different headings to take you to the different parts of the code. And another interesting feature is if you look at the left part on top, it has source. Currently, we're in the source mode. You can also try checking the visual mode. So like regular R script, it will just be the code, but our markdown files, you have the option to actually export the results in different format, maybe HTML that's mostly used, and PDF, etc. So it actually gives you a structure with text explanation or narratives and the code and the output. So if you feel the source mode is a bit messy, then you can go to the visual code where you see just the clean titles, the code, and later once we run, you will see, maybe if I run here. Okay, it doesn't show anything. But just for your information, and let's go back to the source mode. The line numbers, so it's a bit easier to follow. But the visual mode, it looks nicer. It's kind of more show you what you can export, because if you're presenting the result to someone, you probably don't want to show the code and the lines and all the comments. Okay, so if you click outline to minimize the window. So now we can go to step 1, import the data. Here, this line 37, it means is RM meaning remove, and LS meaning like list everything in the environment, and like it's just we will put that as a list. So for this line, it will work similar like like this one. It will just wipe everything out from the environment. So it's a good habit, like before you run something new, you first clean the environment so that you make sure like previous data is not stored. So as I said, the green text colors, we put a lot of comments. Maybe you feel free to go over. There are some R tips, and especially because R is quite flexible and people can use different packages or even just base R to do the data cleaning. There's no fixed way or best way to do certain things. So if you already have your habits or knowledge of coding in R, you can try other alternatives. We are just providing some example, a template for you to use, but you don't have to actually follow them when you do your own analysis. So let's look at starting from line 44. So here, basically, we're trying to specify the file path for the data set. Because we're looking at secondary education indicator from DHS 2017, we're going to use the household member recode or PR recode, which lists one row for every household member in the survey. So if you look back to the folder structure, now our current working directory is here, is with our notebook, but we have provided the data sets in this data folder. See here. So we're going to use this ID PR71FL, like it's a data format. For DHS, you have the option to download the data in different formats. I think they have Stata, SPSS, and some other other format, but we choose Stata because it's kind of relatively easy to work with. And also, if you already have Stata installed on your computer, you can view the data set easily. So because you see the data is not in the same folder as the code, so we first need to specify the path to tell R where to find this data set. So let's go back to our code. Here, we're creating a value called data folder, and it tells R because to find the relative path of where the data are saved. So we know it's a subfolder called data. So now we are putting it as a text to specify which folder R is going to look for the data. You can also check on the files to see this is our current working directory, and you can change that by click the different parts, but please don't touch that right now. And here we create another value, which takes the value of the folder and the file name. So you see, like in the folder, there are different data files. So later, if you want to import another data file or any other files in the folder, you can just basically change the name here. This is the file name, the PRE code. So like 50, you don't have to run right now, but I'll just show you what it generates. So here, I print what we just created, and it will show you the path of the file. So you can just confirm this is the right path. Because sometimes if you run into error of importing dataset, you first should check if the name, if the path is correct. And then move to line 52. So here, sometimes if the data is too big, we try to load only certain variables instead of loading the entire data set. So here we're sort of pre-selecting. We create a character vector, putting all the variable names. So if you have already have the knowledge of the data set, you know what variables you're looking into, you can put everything here. And this is line 56. So this line, we're using the function called read_DTA to fetch the data at the specific path we just created. And we are selecting the columns that we specify, the required variables. So one kind of tip, in the console, if you type question mark, the function or the syntax, on the bottom right, you're going to see the help document. It will tells you, for example, this command is from the Heaven package we have loaded, and it basically take different arguments. You can tell like what it does and what are the inputs needed to run this part. So I would ask everyone to click run current chunk for the read raw data. So here you will see we import the data, the DTA file. It's the PR recode. And it creates a data frame named raw_HL. It has 197,000 observations and 14 variables. 14 variables because already pre-select the variables. So if you want to check, if you want to check what are all the variables, you want to import the full data set, then you can basically delete this part and run this line. It will import everything. And sometimes if the data set is very big, you want to see all the variables, but you don't want to import the entire data set because it can take a lot of time, especially like for countries with large data set. you can see here, line 50, we provide another kind of tips for you to check. Here, basically, we still use DTA, but we specify Nmax. This means the maximum number of observations you're importing. So if you kind of use this one, you will get all the variables, but only the first 1,000 rows. And that will give you a smaller data set, but you can check every variable. But now we have our raw data set. So has everyone kind of executed this chunk? Do you have the same data set created in the environment? Okay. So okay. So I think almost everyone have imported the raw data set. And again, like if you prefer to prepare the data in other software or languages, you can do that and then only import the clean data set. And if they are in data format, you can use the same function of having like read underscore DTA. I think in this Heaven package, you also have commands to import SPSS data like SAV format, and there are other. So depending on which format of your clean data set, you can choose the package and the command to import the data. So now let's move on to, we have our raw data set and we have the variables we need. Then we can go to step 2 to generate the variables. So it's just a good habit that first we create a copy of the raw file. It's named data use. And later we'll only modify the data use object so that we still have the raw one kind of intact in case something goes wrong. We can always go back and check. So here, with this line, you are generating your duplicate. You just have another copy of the raw HL. It's the same number of observation and same variables. So as I mentioned in the Bazar book, if you click or you use view, you can just take a quick look at the data set. You see we have the basically individual identifier. We have the household weight. We have the provinces. We have the raw variable of like residence and all sort of variables. And the key one, HV109, that's the education attainment variable. So our indicator will based on this variable. And let's go back to the code. So here we're showing you some of the ways to take a look at the data. For example, if you see HV105, that's the age, it's a continuous variable. How you're looking at the distribution of this variable, you can use summary command. And here, this $sign is help you to select one column or one variable from the data use set. And we know the name is HV105. So if we run this line, here in the console, you see we are showing the distribution of the age variable. And we also have categorical variable, like the education attainment is a categorical variable. And it has the value like 1, 4, 3. We don't know what exactly they mean. And we also want to know what are the general distribution of education attainment among household member. So count is from the dplyr package, and in BaseR you can also use like table. And again, if you want to just check how things are work, you can always use question mark to access the help documents. So if we run this, it will show something here. So here's the distribution of this variable. I think there's something like with the R markdown, but if you type the same one in the console, you will also see the value labels. So here we tell like 0 is no education, and it's nice that DHS Indonesia has already tell like whether certain level of education is complete or incomplete. This is not something we see in all the DHS of other countries. Sometimes we have to use both the level of education and the grade of education to decide whether someone have complete the upper secondary education or not. So here we can already tell, like, we want those with the value of 4 or 5. These are the people who have completed upper secondary education. So we will create the indicator of secondary education based on these variable, and these two categories are those we're looking into. So let's go back to, so line 33, like you see when we run count in the code chunk, it doesn't show the label, but we can run attribute to actually specific request the label. So you see here, it tells you the value labels. So line 97. Here, remember for our platform definition, we restrict the age group. So here, earlier you already see the age distribution of the household members. Now we're trying to filter that. We only want to keep those between the age of 20 and 35 in the sample. So here, data use, we are using the same data frame, but we are trying to modify the data use data set. So here, this command filter from dplyr is basically just tell you to keep only observations meeting these conditions. So we know HV105 is the age variable, and we want to specify the range. And here this is meaning like end. So just a little bit about this weird like pipe operator. So it's something nice in the kind of dplyr and tidyverse package. It basically, for this part, the nice part is if you want to do multiple actions or manipulation of the same data sets, you can basically chain different actions. You can do another action. You can just expand so that we chain different steps to the same object data use. We will see some examples later. But here, if we run, so look at the environment. This is the same as the raw data set. We have this many observations. And here, we run this. Now the number of observations change. Because we filter by age, we are only keeping a smaller age band of the observations. That's why we're kind of modifying the data set. And this will be our denominator. This is the sample we're going to use for this indicator. And of course, if you're looking, because for the SDG indicator of secondary or primary education completion, they define a much narrower age band. So later, if you want to modify or you want to explore other age band, you can modify this part, basically changing the condition. So, and next, here we are going to create the indicator called secondary EDU, we're using this mutate command from dplyr. It's basically similar like gen in Stata. We are trying to either create or modify a variable in the data set. So here, because the data use the original variable, there's no variable called secondary EDU. So basically it tells R, you have to create something new. And then what's the value of secondary education? We use an if-else clause. So of course, we want those observations where they have valid data of the education attainment. And we want the education attainment value takes either 4 or 5. Remember, 4 meaning they complete secondary education, and 5 meaning they have higher education. So these are the people, the ones in our indicator, those who have completed secondary education. So if it meets this condition, we will assign the value of 1, meaning yes, they complete the secondary education. Else, if not, we assign the value of 0. So remember, like in the original data, like there are some like don't knows. But in our kind of standard operation, we code them as 0. They haven't completed secondary education. So let's run this part. So the number of observation doesn't change, but now we're seeing we have 15 variables. Because in this line, we create something new. So if we go back to view the data use, you will see towards the end, we create a new column. The name is secondary EDU, and it takes a value of either 0 or 1. So this is our outcome indicator. And next, if we go to line 108, here basically remember in the data set we have the household sample weight. So here we are just processing the sample weight. This is just another way of generating a new column. So remember the $sign is how you select a variable based on the variable name from the data set. You can use a similar way because this sample weight is not in the current data set. So by putting a new name here, you're trying to create something new. And we're assigning the value of HV005 divided by, how many zero? Like 1 million probably. So this is how we process the sample weight because in DHS, when the raw data of the sample weight, if you take a look, HV005, it's kind of, they inflate that to show the decimals. So to get back the kind of the standardized weight, we just divide it by 1 million. But I think the result, it doesn't matter that much. So here, if we run this line, we're expecting one more variables called sample weight. Now we have 16 variables. We take a look to make sure we have the right thing. So here we have the rescaled weight, and the name of the variable is sample weight. So here at line 111, we're trying to check the mean. Now this is the step we can get the mean, and sometimes if it's reported samely in the DHS report, we can validate. So basically we're using a weighted mean. The first part is the indicator, the variable. And the second part is the weight variable. So by running this, it will give us a weighted mean. So we're seeing like a 54%. But if you want to check the raw mean, you can also do that by mean, data use, and secondary EDU. So you see that's the difference of applying the weight or weighted or unweighted. And you want to look at, because it's 1 or 0 binary variable, if you want to check whether we create that correctly, you can use count. You see, like, it takes the value of 0 or 1, there's no missing. So one thing about the R part function we will run later, for the outcome indicator in the data set, you cannot have any missing values. So that's something you want to make sure. If you have any missing, the algorithm will not run. But with the circumstances, I think it could have some missings. So if you have done so, or you can do it from the beginning, just run the current chunk. So basically, it makes a copy of the original raw data, and we manipulate to create a smaller sample and add 2 variables. One is sample weight, the other is secondary education. So I want to make sure everyone got the same data set with 46,000 observations and 16 variables. Any questions or any error when you're running this part? This is a relative. This is a relative. You can also use absolute.
Basically, when they're doing this, they don't need to change it.
So that's easier. Otherwise, you have to first check. So then we can move on to circumstances. Here, remember how many, we probably have. So the first circumstances we're going to create is wealth based on the wealth index. It takes 2 categories of like bottom 40 or top 60. So we're using this HV 270. If you want to just take a look at the distribution. It has 5 categories, but we are combining them and to reclassify into only 2 categories. So basically, case one is a very similar function to if else. You can use whatever you prefer, but if else, like, it's easier to create 2 categories, binary variables. Case one is more handy, especially if you're creating multiple categories like categorical variables. But here we just do that to give you a bit more variation of the function we use. So here we're coding, basically it's like recode in Stata. We're recode HV270 if they're taking the value of either 1 or 2. Then they're the poorer households, they're the bottom 40. We create a wealth circumstance and variable of character values. Because in this way, later when you run the cart, the label will be a bit more intuitive. So if they're taking the value of 3, 4, 5, they're the top 60 groups. And then we have residence. It basically you take the value of rural or urban. And 1 is urban, 2 is rural. So if you're not familiar with the data set, you can always go to like count and summary to check the value labels. So the third circumstance is sex. So again, 1 is male, 2 is female. We're creating them as a character variable. So let's run this. So I think these are the three circumstances. If you run that, you see now we have three more variables. Let's take a look. So you see they're all like character variables, and the label is kind of intuitive. So has everyone got the same data set of 19 variables, so kind of 46,000? Any questions? Or do you have any questions on the circumstances? Okay, I see none. Maybe we can move on. So here in this chunk of circumstance extra, in the original data set, you may notice oh, okay. Oh, sorry. So with single equal sign, you're basically assigning the value or changing the value. With double equal sign, it's kind of making a logical judgment. It's a condition whether it asks R to test whether something equal to a certain value or not. So here, when we are creating, when we are modifying value or we want to test a condition, we use double equal sign. It's because we're not assigning value to a variable. We're trying to tell whether this observation, the HV270, whether the value equals to 1, then it's true. If it's not equal to 1, then it doesn't meet this condition. It will move on. Like mutate, or yeah, here mutate. So this one single equal sign, meaning we're trying to assign the value to the variable called wealth. So maybe we can take another example. So in the base R example, you see we are creating some, we are assigning value to a data object. So here we create A, and the value is 1. But now we can ask R to test whether the value of A equals to 0. It tells you, no, it doesn't equal to 0. But we test it, does it equal to 1? Yes, it equals to 1. So the double one is meaning like you're testing a certain condition, whether this meet that condition or not. And also just some tips like this part with this is basically like in list in data, you're testing the condition whether the value is in any of these values. So if it's equals to 3, that's yes. If it's equals to 4, that's yes. If it equals to 7, then it doesn't meet the condition. So just another shortcut. Otherwise, you have to write it as HV 270 equals 3 or equals 4 or HV 270 equals 5. So this one is just give you a bit of shortcut. Any other questions? Okay, maybe we can then move on. So yeah, we have viewed, this is basically what we need. We need the indicator variable, secondary EDU. We need the sample weight because we're going to discount based on that. We have our 3 circumstances. So this is basically the cleaned data set we need to run the cart. So if you want to prepare your data set elsewhere, again, you just need this basic element and then you import the clean data set into R. So here I'm just creating another copy of the clean data set. It's called a DF, so that in case, you know, something we modify and we can always get back to the clean data set. So now let's go to run cart, step 3. Okay, you want the, yes, the fun part.
We should have break at 10:30. It's now 11, but we do a short brain break now because this is heavy in the brain. Yeah, let's think, like focus our eyes somewhere else, and we ask you some questions. So again, we've been sitting and crunching. Everybody, please stand up. Colleagues virtually joining, please, you also stand up. So we'll do the same as yesterday. This now we have a true or false question. So the first question, ketchup was sold and prescribed as medicine. Do you think this is true or false? If you think it's false, you come all the way here to the LNOB standee here. If you think it's true, you go to the door in the back. True or false? False, false here. True is on the other side.
You have the first take home, I think that's
We did this training in the Philippines. They have something called banana ketchup. So they were asking, is banana ketchup or the normal, the American ketchup? Okay. So 3 people there saying true. Here we have about 20 plus people saying false. This is actually true. And Zilu, you have the explanation. What's the explanation in the notes? You can maybe see. Well, yeah. So
1834, ketchup was used to cure indigestion.
so it has a benefit. I don't know about its disadvantages. Huh? Maybe it has bad things also. So this is just one side. Okay.
Contribute to
Next,
obesity.
next question. Australia is wider than the moon. True or false? Now, if you're saying true, you come here. And if you're saying false, you go back to the door. True here, false there. Which one do you think?
I didn't remember. I think I've done that multiple times, but I still couldn't remember the answer.
Okay, we have again minority true, majority false. All right, Zidu, tell us the answer. I forgot the answer.
I could never remember. Yeah, it's true. Australia has a width of 4,000 kilometers. Moon has a width of 3,400 kilometers. So Australia is wider.
Australia is wider. These are pub quiz questions. Keep them in mind in the future if it comes. Once one of these questions came to me actually, and I was very lucky to know. All right, the next question. The unicorn is the national animal of Scotland. If you think it is true, please come to the side. If you think it is false, please come to next to our interpreter there. False there, true here. The unicorn, which is unicorn, is the national animal of Scotland. Minority, yeah. Lots of curveballs. I think I remember that this is true. In the Celtic mythology, yeah, unicorn stands for dominance, chivalry, purity, and innocence. So it is the national animal of Scotland, unicorn. And you know, Scotland also has some other mysterious creatures, like the Loch Ness monster. If you, it's an interesting land. The Scots have interesting land. Do we have another? Okay, so another now more analytical question. You guys have done, you have seen CART and the index, the machine learning and the dissimilarity index. So the question is this: CART is more accurate than the index. What do you think? True or false? If you think it's true, what do you do? Maybe you jump a little bit in the same place, yeah? If you think it's false, we can do again the errand. So maybe we can reveal the answer first, and then those who are, but no changing minds. So yeah, people can change minds, which we should avoid. Okay, if you think it's true, come to the screen. CART is more accurate than the index. If it's false, to the back, to the door. That's false over there. It's true over here, yeah? Okay. Come. Okay. So this is a trick question. All of you will do the moves because it's true and false. They both have their advantages and disadvantages. Yeah. So let's start with the truths. You're jumping on your, okay. Okay. 10, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Then in the back, we're doing the 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So card is more accurate than X. It's not true. It has some truth to it. It has some falsehood to it also. Why? The D index, so I stay here. The D index does a full disaggregation. Yesterday you saw all the groups are identified and we estimate group average for all the groups. But the D index doesn't care about the sample size. If the group is very small, there are 5 people in the group, D index will still estimate a average and then compare it to the national average. So D index can be very biased if you have too many groups which you are creating in your analysis. You know, if you have a circumstance that's age, but not age group, age is going from 0 to 80, then you have so many circumstance groups. These are multiplying, and the index can be less accurate than CART. CART can be at times worse than the index too. Especially the index can show you the full picture. If the tree is not too complex, maybe it's better to see the full tree anyways, and not just follow the machine learning algorithm. So there is truth to both sides. What we recommend with this is that use both and check the results on both. Most of the time, they are similar. Yeah, they're giving the same message. Okay, I think that's it for this. We will have one more maybe in the afternoon. I think we have one more of this. Okay, so now let's go back and we will have the last part of the algorithm, which is running the algorithm. Now the data is ready. I think how many lines did we do to come here? 165 lines to get to the stage where we're going to start running the CART algorithm. You could avoid these 165 lines, if you're a Stata person, prepare your data in Stata. If you want to prepare your data in Excel, prepare your data in Excel, SPSS, whichever is your favorite software program. And then import your data, and then start from step 3, essentially. Yeah. But for this, I leave it to Zilu to take you through step 3 and 4.
So you don't have to run the same, but I can show you. Sometimes you modify something like upstream, and then you can basically just run all chunks above to rerun everything and until like just before step 3, just before we start to run the model. So that's you don't have to do that because you already have everything. So again, in the environment, we need the data set called DF. And in this first chunk, we are setting parameters. There are many of them. So if you remember, so we basically first create different data objects taking the value, and then we input everything to the model function. So here we're creating a data object called tree method, and it specifies we're going to use ANOVA. And there, of course, there are also other splitting criteria. You can check the data documentation for our part if you want to study more. And the second one, CP chosen, assigning the value of 1. So this parameter helps us control the complexity of the tree. So there's a little bit comment explanation here. So basically later in the tree, I'll show you. So here, complexity parameter tells R basically define the splitting cost. If the splitting cost is high, R will the tree will be simpler because it's more difficult to split. You need a very big kind of variation to actually split. If the CP is low, then the tree tend to be bigger because the splitting cost is low. So here we're seeing we define the CP chosen value. Currently the default is 1, and we will kind of rescale by the size of the sample. Like enroll meaning like how many observations in DF. So here we have like 46,000 or something. So for this part, we are trying to, because we're running that for 33 countries, and different countries, the sample size can be very different. And also it's different across different indicators. So in this way we are somehow like standardize the complexity parameter taking into account the sample size. But if you want to modify, if you change the value of CP chosen upfront, maybe later you can explore, you will, sometimes the tree will change because we're changing the splitting cost. So here, line 176 and 177, for these two lines, we're trying to specify the minimal size of the sample node, of the terminal node. So remember in the presentation we do have some splitting criteria based on the size of certain group. So we have the absolute criterion of 49 observations. And we also have a relative criterion, like percentage of sample size. So here, mean be chosen. We assign the value like 1 divided by 11. It's essentially kind of 9% something. And here, for this min node, we're trying to find which criterion applies to this data set. It will take whether either 49 or the size or the number of observations of 9% of the sample, which one is bigger? So because we have like how many, 46,000 observations is a big data set. So 9% of that will be bigger than 49. So in this case, like our absolute criterion actually doesn't matter. So we can actually run this to see the value. So here we see actually later in the model we will tell R the terminal sample should contains more than 4,187 observations. So this is another area maybe you can later tweak depending on the indicator or the circumstance, because sometimes if certain circumstance, like Sasha talked about extended analysis using disability or religion, ethnicity, language, sometimes there are certain minority groups we want to capture. So if they represent maybe less than 9% of the sample, the raw sample, then it means it will never have the chance to show in the tree because they account for such small share of the population. So sometimes to explore whether they maybe have a specific disadvantage reflected in the data, we can try to lower this threshold. Maybe we lower that to 5%. That's our standard practice. But for explorational analysis, you can even try like 2%, 1%. But if you want to change that, these are the two lines you can further tweak. So then we come to line 179. Here we basically tell what's the variable name of the indicator. So here we create the indicator called secondary EDU. So if you're running a different indicator, you will change the name here. And the next line, we are creating a character vector telling the circumstances, the variable name of the circumstances. So here we have wealth, residence, and sex. And again, if you want to modify that, you can change this line. You can add new circumstance by adding a comma and have the name in double quotation mark. You can recode some of the circumstance and run it again. So basically, if you're running a different indicator or changing the circumstance, you need to make sure that the changes are reflected here, so that then in the rpart function, you will they will automatically take the changes. So here, this formula string, it basically takes the value of indicator and takes circumstances to make it into something like a formula, so that later when you input that into the model, it will recognize which is the indicator, which are the circumstances, what is the root node, and what disaggregation it will look into. So you don't actually, we have to, here, this is the error message, tell you object indicator not found. You check the environment, yes, we haven't created that. So we need to actually run that. Maybe I'll just run everything. So here we have a formula string. It will just be a text value. If we print that in the console, we can take a look. So it looks like a kind of regression formula, and with the left-hand side, we have the variable name of the indicator, and right part, we have the circumstance name, and they're kind of separated by a plus sign. So this is basically the format of the specification you need to put in the model. Like how we create that is a bit automated, like we take the value of indicator and circumstances. If you want to change that, or if you think that's a bit, if you think the commands is a bit complex, you can even just, you can basically just type everything manually, something like that. But we create this, for this line of code, it will automatically take the value of indicator and circumstances you created above. So if you change things here, then you rerun this, it will automatically update. You don't have to do anything. So here we have a very similar text string called title. It will become yesterday when you were reviewing the R trees, you see the top title, like the text. that will be something show there, so you can also make changes. So right now, it's basically we're creating the same thing. But if you want to maybe add country name, add other names, you can add specific thing. For example, it will show you something differently. You just customize the title of the tree. So let's go back and just click this run current chunk. Make sure we have all the parameters set up. So is there any question about the parameters, or maybe we look at the tree first? Okay. So the next chunk, that's the that's the key part. So the first part, we are running the rpart function finally. As you see the different arguments inside, we need to provide the formula. We need to provide the data set. We need to provide the weight variable because we try to weight that. But if you don't want to weight that, you can basically delete this argument. And we want to specify the method. We want to tell R using ANOVA for the disaggregation. And here, additional rpart control parameters, like the complexity parameters. So this max depth equals to 6 is something we set by default. It limits the maximum level or depth of the tree. Like right now on the platform, we have relatively simple or few circumstances. So it rarely kind of reach like I think it almost never reached 6 levels of disaggregation. But if you have a lot more circumstances and all of them are quite important, then by setting this, the tree will still be controlled. Because if you have too many split, too many branches, then it's very difficult to read the tree. And it may not be that helpful if you want to kind of derive message out of that. But so far, we don't need to do anything with that. I think we rarely even change this parameter. And here the min buckets take the value, and min bucket and min split takes the value of min node, so that we know like if you change the min node upfront, then it will affect the minimal sample size criterion for terminal nodes. So with all these parameters, we run rpart and it will generate the model output called tree fit. And then with the next part, we will use the tree fit and we plot it. We make it into the tree that you see in the group work yesterday. So let's run this full chunk first. So here you should see the tree. Yes. So if you have some issue getting the tree, the first thing you should check is kind of in the environment. Do you actually have the data set called DF? Because we create, after we do the data cleaning of data use, we actually created a copy here. So make sure you have this DF. This is the one we're going to use in the tree. If you don't want that, if you think it's too much hassle, then you actually need to, because we call the DF in setting the parameter, and we call DF in running the model. So if you have a different dataset name, you actually need to change all the places where you have DF. So you may notice in the code we have just comment out, like making some of the command green. These are the stuff like we're not using right now. So, but you can try later, because for example, I see some of people like here when we save the data. I create a step called save data. It just in case like you process the data and it's a time consuming one. Maybe you want to save the data to be used later. So here, I just provide some example for you to save as a R data file. And then later you can read them to do the analysis again. But right now we're not using because we create everything in the same notebook. So for those commented commands, you don't need to run them right now. But just for your further kind of convenience, if you want to customize your analysis.
So maybe I saw that everyone has a tree. Let's have all the eyes on the screen or on your screen on the tree. Let's have a look at this tree. Now you'll notice that this tree is identical to the tree that's on our platform, the one that we just looked at. Yeah, we said 54% have secondary education. Wealth is the first split. And then we have the female-male issue. We noted that it was the men, 3/4, who have access, who have completed secondary education. It's women, rural areas, and poorer. Yeah. So the tree is identical to what we have. This is what we do in our work. We first do this tree, and then we push it to our platform. And in the platform, the magic happens, and the nicer tree is created. Yeah. The tree here, yesterday in the group work, you looked into it a little bit. So the red, as you go to the red, you have the furthest behind. This is the, the traffic light kind of like coding. red is bad, yellow is middle, and then green is good. And what we can do now is maybe Zilu can show us, for instance, what if we change, no, not this one. I think this is good. But yeah, let's show that one first, okay? In case people, so this, in the plot, you have this box palette, line 199. So it is in your notebook, it's saying RD, which is red, YL, which is yellow, and GN, which is green. If you want to change the color scheme, you can change the order and make it the colors differently. So if this was a negative indicator, for instance, this was stunting, the furthest behind would be at the right-hand side of the tree, because the higher stunting, the worse, yeah? So that's one area where you can change the visual slightly, but this is a very like makeup update, yeah? This is not too important. What's more important is, what if we play with the sample size restriction and also the complexity parameter? So we did it 1/11. Can we do it, for example, 5%, 1/20? So Zilu is going to line 176, making it 5% of sample size. Now we're saying terminal nodes will be 5% of total sample, not 9%. So we allowed more to come. So the tree, I think it got a little bit more, right? It got a little bit more nuanced here, I think, especially, yeah? Now, at the terminal nodes, we have minimum 5% here. And we have many more groups. We have 2, 4, 6, 7 groups now in total. The furthest behind and the furthest ahead didn't change. Still, furthest behind are rural, poorer women, who are the least likely to complete secondary education, and the furthest ahead are men who are in urban areas and richer. So by playing with the sample size, we can change the tree a little bit. The next one is the complex, and this we do if we, for example, want to look into persons with disabilities or minorities. If they are less than 9% of the population, and we keep a 9% threshold, even if you include disability into your model, disability will not show up, because there's just maybe 2% of the population are with disability. If we're saying terminal nodes, the groups at the bottom shall be minimum 9%, disability will never show up. Yeah? Even if all disabled persons were worse off, they didn't complete secondary education, they will not be picked up. So we do sometimes lower the sample size restriction from 9% to 5% to give some of the LNOB groups a bit more fighting chance to appear in the tree. So that's, I think, the one of the most important adjustments that we in our work do, depending on the analysis. The other one is the complexity parameter. Sometimes it was mentioned, like we had a perfect example of why is it that we are seeing this 94, 95. Is it worth showing that? So that one is governed by the complexity parameter. And complexity parameter is essentially how much is R square improving when you add a circumstance. What is the threshold? If you, by adding a new circumstance, the R square improved by higher than complexity parameter, then that circumstance should show up in the tree, because it's contributing to explaining the variation. Now, our complexity parameter, Zilu mentioned, is 1 divided by 46,905, I think that's the total sample size. So it's 0.000 something. That is the amount of improvement in R square we're expecting or we're setting. If the improvement is higher than that number, then the split will happen. If the improvement is less, then the split will not happen. So if we make the CP chosen a bigger number, let's say 10 or 100, now we increased cost of disaggregating by 100%. We are making it more difficult for the tree to disaggregate. The tree now will ask for much more higher R-square improvement. And the tree said, forget about the gender aspect. Gender is not contributing that much to the new complexity parameter, the 100% higher complexity parameter. So now it just did. The furthest behind are the poorer individuals. 30% of them completed secondary education. It did not go more. There is plenty of sample size here. It did not go more because this difference between men and women is not too high there. And here it stopped also at urban and richer individuals. Again, the gender aspect is not picked up. Because again, I think it was, maybe the difference was not too high. Yeah, or not high enough relative to the cost of disaggregation. This is, I think, like maybe one of the most important substantive aspects of our part when we are modifying the results and the algorithm. Yeah. So Zilu made the cost even lower. It was 1, now it's 0.01. And she's also changing the sample size restriction to 10%. So two parameters are changed. Now we have full disaggregation here. We have 3 circumstances, right? We have 8 groups in total, and they're all here. This would be a full disaggregation. It's still better than cross-tabulation because the algorithm told us objectively where to start. It said, don't start with gender, don't start with residence, start with wealth, then go to residence, and finally go to gender. Because once you take into account wealth and residence, the contribution of gender is only coming at the 3rd level. Yeah? Like here, for example, 72%, 75%. The gap is not too large. So when we increase cost of disaggregating, it got stuck up here at 74% earlier. Similarly here, the difference is just 2 percentage points here, 27%, 29%. That's 2 percentage point gap. The variation is not so high, so it even actually it stopped up there at 30%, right? It was just the poorer persons. Do we have any questions? Yes, please. I bring you so that the virtuals can hear and interpret.
I'm quite lost. So when we apply the higher complexity and when we apply the lower complexity.
Yeah. So think of complexity as the cost of disaggregation. If complexity parameter is high, the cost of disaggregation is high. When the cost is high, the tree is smaller. So if the cost of disaggregating is high, the tree is not disaggregating because it's too expensive. It's too much to disaggregate. If the complexity parameter is low, meaning cost of disaggregating is low, the tree is becoming very large because now it's very easy to disaggregate. Even small variation, the tree will, if he finds a small variation, will continue and disaggregate. So there's that inverse relationship. High complexity parameter, small tree. Small complexity parameter, large tree. When you sometimes look at a image like the previous one, it's a very big tree. Maybe it's not that appealing, or like we're not pinpointing into the group because I think, for example, here, or in the previous example with clean fuel, there was the question, 94 and 95. Why are we showing this? They're almost the same. Do we need to show this? And again, we are not even sure if these are statistically significant results. Yeah. They're significant in ANOVA context, but not in the t-test in a parametric setup. Is that okay?
In the coding, it is decided the complexity is 1. So is there any like, what is the minimum, what's the maximum of the value that we can put in the complexity?
Very good question. We usually keep this at 1 and divide it by the sample size, because this is exactly an extract from the platform, which has 33 countries. And we decided to make the complexity parameter proportional to sample size. In some countries, we have 700 households, 1,000 households. In other countries, we have different. So we made it such that the cost should be smaller if you have a small sample size. Yeah. So we don't really have any recommendation on what the range should be. We usually do it just 1 divided by the sample size. But when you see the result, and that decision, what should be the CP, is or complexity parameter, is an indicator specific question also. When we are looking at secondary education, we have a different population group here now, 20 to 35-year-olds. So the CP needs to be adjusted accordingly, perhaps, as opposed to looking at clean fuel or something else. So what we recommend is to check the literature in case you want to dive deeper into this, and to kind of like do some sensitivity analysis, perhaps, to see how results change. The shortest cut thing that we recommend is just to make it proportional to as it is, and then increase it and decrease it by 10% or 10 times, 5-fold, 10-fold, to see if the tree is changing too much. If the tree is not changing too much, then maybe you're in a kind of like in a steady state where the complexity parameter is in an optimal situation. Yeah, it's a very good question and very technical one, to which we frankly don't have a proper answer, because this really is very country and indicator specific. Yeah. Thank you for the questions. Any other question? Yes, there's a question.
Firstly, about the weighting, the formula to weight the variables. So why do we need that? Because I see in the functions, the formula is like optional, right? And then secondly, I'm quite lost in the mean bucket and then mean split. What does it mean?
So for the first question, which was, wait, the weight. Yeah. So the sample weight we're using, because remember, when we're generating our results, we have to validate this against the results of DHS final report that is published on the DHS website. So the terminal node, the root node that we have, in clean fuel, it's 72% or something. Yeah. That 72% needs to match the number that is in DHS final report, because we need to match the result of the data producer. And the data producer is using the sampling weights when it does this. And then we're also, the trees are showing the branches and the share of the population that they represent, right? So for those two reasons, it's better to include the sampling weights in this analysis, so that our anchor, the national average, is accurate. If I show a tree, Indonesia says clean fuel access is 75%, and I show a tree, it's 65%. I will lose the room immediately. They'll say, why are you showing 65%? Our number is 75%. So to be able to match the outcomes average, I need to use the sampling weights. But sampling weights are also becoming, like, helping us for the accurately demonstrating the share of population of each of the groups. Because those branches are saying, you know, this group is 15% of the total population, you know, so we're using it there also. So there are two functions there. For the bucket, min bucket, and so we're here. So maybe I'm guessing probably the min node is clear, but the split maybe is not clear, yeah?
See the help function I put.
Yeah, there's a help function, but can we go to the 3? So maybe I think it's a bit, when it's visual, to me at least, it's easier. Okay, just to focus on the terminal nodes. Okay, so for example, we are saying that the terminal nodes, which is the last line right here, we are saying this should be 9% minimum. Do not go to 8%, 7%, stick to 9%. So what does R do, R part do? It makes sure that the top is twice of the minimum. So that if you reach below 17%, because this is a recursive algorithm, yeah? When it reaches the 17% there, it says, I cannot really split this, because if I split this, maybe even if it's half, it will be 8.5, 8.5. So it stops itself before getting into the 9%. Yeah. So the 2 times is 2 times 9%. Don't go below 18% in one level up. Yeah. Is that okay? So I think 2 is, from a coding perspective, is a shortcut. But if you say 5%, 2 times 5% will be 10%. So the R will stop at 10%, one above. Two is a constant. You can change that. Yeah, you can change it. But yeah, if you change it, if you make it. No, the 3 is only going to split binary. There's going to be, yeah. Yeah, yeah. At 18, it will split probably. I'm not sure if it's, for example, if it's 18, if it's yeah,
for the
both. Yeah, but if it's 12 and 6, it's not going to split, because then the terminal node, one of them, you have the 18%, and then you're splitting into 2. Maybe one is 6%, other is 12, adding up to the 18. But then 6 is now under 9. So it's not going to, a terminal node cannot be under 9. That's the forcing parameter. If you make it 3 times 9 is 27. So then the 3 will stop even earlier. It will stop much earlier. It will be safer. It will definitely be above 9%, because 27%, so it's up to you. You can change it. Yeah. Any other questions? It's almost noon, so I think we can take our break now until 1. When we come back, we will show you quickly we won't spend too much time, because I think half a day of us talking is enough. Now you need time on your own to work in groups. Yeah. Because when you go through this on your own together with friends, you learn much more than us talking, and it's much better that way. But we didn't finish the notebook, so maybe we show those 2 other areas, just so that that we delivered that part, and then we will move into the group work session. Okay, so we maybe take 15 minutes when we come back to finish the index and the subnational, and then we switch gears to group work. Any questions, suggestions? Are we completely lost, or we're like somewhere in the between? It's totally fine. Tomorrow morning will be much better, okay? As long as you sleep nice tonight, because the brain will put everything into place. I think we have 1 hour break in the agenda. I think 1 hour break is preferable. Yes? Okay. All right. By the way, we have an attendance sheet. I'm going to put this here, okay? Because you guys are going to get certificates, yeah? And those who are here. Virtual ones, if you're attending, we'll check your ins and outs. So we'll give you a certificate too. So please sign in for today before the end of today. Yeah, you don't have to do it now. So 1 hour break, starting right on time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back, colleagues. Zilu will show you the remaining of the notebook where we left with D-index and subnational very quickly, 10 minutes. And then I'll show you another notebook, but very fast because it's almost identical. And then we go into group work, okay? So I leave it to Zilu to take us through the remaining part.
So welcome back, everyone. So in the morning, we have already generated the tree. Just one additional things to show is we generate the result called tree fit. And if you want to explore more details of how R is doing the recursive partitioning, you can use summary tree fit to see there are just a lot of detailed information that we are not going to go over together. So then we come to step 4 to calculate the D-index. So as we have mentioned yesterday, it's a simple measure that you can even do in Excel. And in the folder, so in the R training folder, you see like we do provide an Excel template so that kind of as a template, you can input everything there to calculate the index. So we won't go to the R code deeply. But to start, again, like we need to specify the circumstances, and compared to CART, it will do a full disaggregation. So again, we use the same circumstances of wealth, residence, and sex. And the next line, we're basically just kind of create a copy of the indicators we're going to run D-index. So we caught the name like var to tab, and we assign secondary education indicator to that. And then you basically kind of run this chunk. So one kind of note here is for secondary education, it's an opportunity indicator. So we want everyone to have completed secondary education. But when we're doing the results for the different indicators, we also have some barrier indicators, such as like maybe like stunting, smoking, etc. So in order to kind of put them in the same chart to compare, for barrier indicators, we take 1 minus the indicator. So for example, if the indicator is stunting, then we calculate the D-index of not stunted. So in this sense, it's more comparable with opportunity indicators like secondary education. But here you don't need to make any modification. And basically we just specify this 2 part and run. It will save the D-index value into this object called overall D. And we see this is the D-index of the secondary education indicator. And next, we go back to the CART analysis because even yesterday, a lot of people mentioned the kind of regional differences. So it's an important dimension to explore. So to run the same CART analysis in different region, we can first, in the original data set, we have this province variable, HV024, and we can check the value. So you see, these are the provinces. And because when we're viewing the tree on the platform, you see the sample size could be the issue if we analyze at the province level. So here we're trying to group them into regions. We work on the same DF dataset. And now with mutate, we're creating a new, so the first one, province, this is a bit complicated because like here, the province variable is a labeled numeric. So it takes the value of numeric value, but it has some value labels of the exact province. So we first make it as a factor and then make it as a character. It will create a new variable called province, and will show the exact name of each province. But for the analysis, we're not going to use it. The next part, mutate region, that's the part we will use for the subnational analysis because the sample size will be bigger. So here we're creating a new variable called region. And then we go through the value of different province and recode them into the 6th region. So, and we run this chunk. You see, now we kind of have the 6th region in character. Then to run the same analysis on a specific region, we further filter the data to keep observations only for a specific region. So here I put the name Java. So we create a new data frame called DF region. If we run this, you see the number of observations decreased from 46,000 to 14,000. And it contains only the observations from this region. Then we follow the exact same steps of specifying the parameters for the card model. Like we keep the same method, we keep the same complexity parameter, we keep the same the threshold for minimum node, and the same indicator, same circumstances, formula, everything is the same. And then we basically rerun the card model and create it will and save the results into a new data object called tree-fit region. So one tiny thing is like for the title string, the sample code, we are trying to append the region name in the title so that once you see the tree, you will see the region name. And it's follow the same. We first use our part to generate the card results, and then we use PRP to plot it into a tree. So let's run this part. And now we are seeing a tree for Java with like a smaller sample size. And this is the tree. So you can feel free to play with other region. Like if you don't want to do region, you feel like certain province is more interesting. Back to here, line 282, you can change the filter from filtering the region to filter province. So if we check the value of that, yeah, region, province. So you can you can basically filter the region, a province equal the province name. And then you run the same thing, it will generate the subnational result for a specific province. So that's the first example notebook. I'll hand over to Sasha to introduce you to another notebook.
Thank you, Zilu. So this DHS is quite old. You can play with it. I don't know when the new DHS will come out. But in case there is a variety of groups using different data sets, we also downloaded the publicly accessible microdata from World Bank, Global Financial Inclusion Database. Its short name is Global Findex. You may have heard of it. It's a very small sample, 1,000 adults in 139 countries. And they're asking financial digital questions about inclusion. Yeah. So there are lots of indicators there. It's also a bit old from 2021. I think the next edition is coming soon from 24. So we have this notebook ready, available for you. In the group work, If you think DHS is too old, you can use this template to generate your results if you don't have any other data set. Yeah, I know some colleagues may have different household surveys, but if you don't have any, this could be a template that you can follow to generate evidence. So the setup is exactly the same. You don't need to run this. Maybe just all eyes on top. This is a refresher before going into the group work. Maybe could you close the outline, Zilu, and then make the console smaller? Okay, so we'll see again all the steps. Step 0 in this notebook is the same, installing packages, but you've already done that in the first notebook. So you don't need to uncomment this anymore. You know, all the lines 12 to 16 can stay. There is no action to be taken here, but perhaps if you closed and reopened RStudio, it's better to run the next when you're playing with it. Loading packages, it's the exact same packages that we're installing and loading. Next, we're going to import data. So again, we have our data folder, which is in your computer also, and there's a file called Findex Micro Data. So we're telling RStudio, go into the data folder, pick up Findex Microdata. If you have new data set you want to play with, you can already copy paste this into your own data folder, because then it will be very easy for the notebook to pick up the data set. So Findex Microdata is our file path. Going down a little bit, here, similar to DHS, we are saying we are downloading or we are importing the data, but we don't want to bring the entire data set. There are really interesting questions there. Saving, borrowing. Are you using mobile phone to make payments? Are you receiving remittances? Lots of questions. But we are focusing on just a few because this is an example. If you want to expand this, you can expand this by adding more variables into the required var names. Or you just delete this line or comment it. By doing so, you'll be just importing the entire data set, the large data set. So as you remember in DHS, we did also. So the variables we're bringing from Findex Microdata is there's about 10, 12 variables. The name of the economy, the region, the weight, female, because this is individual level data. So we have a dummy for female, male, age, education, income quantile, employment status, residence, account ownership. This is account in a financial institution, like account in a bank. Then there's also account, digital account. If you have either one of those, you have an account. That's SDG 8.10. Do you own mobile phone? Do you have access to internet? These are also SDG indicators. Yeah. So we're taking all these are the required var names. And finally, in row 59, we are reading the data. It's again a data file, DTA. We're reading the global, all the countries are in there. And we're asking RStudio just to pick these variables, not the entire data set. Okay. Let's run this. So now we have the global data. Maybe if you can click on it, Zilu. So this is the global data with 139 countries, with 143,000 plus individuals. This is the reduced data, only the variables that we selected. The rest of the variables are not imported. Sometimes if data sets it's too large, it takes too long to import. That's why we use this. And you see this is starting from Afghanistan, but we're interested in Indonesia's data. So that's why here we have a new line that's saying create a new data frame called raw Indonesia by filtering only Indonesia rows in the raw data. Yeah. So in our data frame You see, we have a data set, the raw Indonesia, there are 1,062 observations. So there are 1,062 adults, 15 plus, who responded to these questions. And we imported 14 variables in total. Yeah, this is, what is it? 1,062 rows, 14 columns. We have a very manageable, easy sample here. Okay. That's step one, right? We imported. Step two is generating variables. So we have different variables here. I think we have, as an example, we did the account, ownership. So in this chunk, we're defining the indicator. Do you have an account? It doesn't matter if you have the account in a bank or in a mobile money or digital financial institution. Yeah. So the line here, 89 to 90, is adding the bank account. A new variable, bank account, is being added into our data use, and it's equal to 1 if the person has an account, or 0 otherwise. Very simple indicator, 1 and 0. Yeah. Again, using the mutate function, very similar. So by adding that, we have we have 15 variables. I think here we also maybe do the sample weight. We don't need to go through this like in detail. The sample weight also. So in this chunk now, we added 2 new variables: the bank account, our indicator, and sample weight. Yeah, and then we can do a weighted mean. That's the weighted average of this variable. And in the console, it tells us 51%, 51.8% of adults 15 plus in Indonesia had access to bank accounts back in 2021. Based on, this is not Susedan Sakarnas, this is DHS, this is Global Findex World Bank data. Yeah. As usual, when we look into the national average, we need to go to the data producer and match the number that we find. So I go to World Bank website, their development indicators, look at account ownership, and if you go there also, you'll see Indonesia, the number matches. Yeah. So now I'm comfortable. I did not make a mistake in creating the variable, the outcome variable. So my step 2 indicator is done. Now let's look into the circumstances, because we know what to disaggregate now. Let's look at the circumstances to disaggregate. These are simple circumstances. There's not that many in the data set. So we have the income of the adult. These are subjective questions, so not based on expenditure or income. Income quantiles, 5 quantiles. The first and the second are poorer. The third, fourth, fifth quantile are relatively richer, similar to the wealth index that Zilu showed you in the morning. Using again the mutate function, we are adding a new variable that is a circumstance. It's called income, based on the raw variable inc_q. So that's our first circumstance. Then we have urban-rural circumstance. This is the raw variable. We are adding the variable called residence, and it's equal to rural if this one is 1, otherwise urban. So that's our second circumstance. Then we have education. Pretty simple. There are 3 categories: lower, secondary, and higher. And then going down, we have gender, man and woman. The raw variable is female. So if female is 1, this is women. And then if female is 2, it's men. We're adding a new variable, gender. And I think the next one is age. Okay. Age, the raw variable is age. It's ranging from 15 to, I think, 90 plus. Too many people there. So we create age groups: younger people, adults, and older persons. So 15 to 24. If age is between 15 and 24, you're young. If you're 25 to 64, you're adult. If you're 65 plus, you're older person. Yeah. All right, next one. We can run this all. If you like, you can do this on your computer, but I mean, this you can do in group work. So now look at your data use. We have 21 variables. We added the indicator, bank account ownership. we added the sample weight, and we added there 5 other circumstances. So everything is here. Cart is going to use these columns. Starting from bank account, sample weight, this is all I need for cart. Yeah? That is our step 2 finished. Our data, final data is ready. Again, if you want to prepare data elsewhere, import it, you can do it. You don't worry about processing, cleaning data in R. You can do it anywhere you like if you're not into R. I don't like R too much. I have a special relationship with R. I keep my distance. I like Stata more. My first wife is Stata. All right. Next
So
one.
maybe the factor of education level, the ordinal.
Yeah. So when you have 3 categories, and there's a natural order to these, it's important that the factor variables are ordered. So at the end of this this function here, we have this information. We are telling RStudio, look, this is a special variable. It's not random. Because R doesn't know lower, higher, secondary, which one comes first. R doesn't know. We have to tell R. This is a factor variable, and first comes lower, on top comes secondary, and then comes higher. There's a natural order to these. So higher is better than secondary, secondary is better than lower. If you would like to create variables that are like this, there's a natural order to them, then you need to do this. If there is no natural order, for example, you're doing a region of Indonesia, one is not better than the other, so there is no ordering of variable. Okay. So with all this, we came to the third step, right? Running cart. Before running cart, we are telling R the parameters of cart, right? We have the CP chosen is 1, 9% minimum splitting criteria in the terminal nodes. And then we're saying if the sample is, because now we have around 1,000 adults. 9% is 90 observations in terminal node. So we're saying 49 or 90. So it's going to take the max of 49 versus 90. So it's going to take 90. You will see that our terminal nodes will have minimum 90 observations. If you would like to lower it, you can do it here in your group work. Yeah. Again, I'm generating telling R what is my indicator, what is my circumstances, so that R knows what's the model, what's the outcome, and what are the circumstances. What's our model of disaggregation? Formula string, title string. Formula string goes into rpart function. Title string goes to the plot. Because in the plot, we want to remind ourselves, what did we put here? Sometimes you will keep adding new indicators, new circumstances. You want to remind yourselves, what is in this tree, you know? Because some circumstances may not show up in the tree. Okay, so we can run this. And that first bit is parameters of the cart algorithm. This is the most important chunk. Yeah. If you run this and you have a problem, it means things above there was a problem. Something didn't run. So you can always go to the second icon there, the green bar with a upside down gray triangle on top. If you have any problems, you can run it again from top, and then the problem should be fixed. Our part in line 223 is our main function. It doesn't exist in Stata. That's why we're doing this in R, okay? Or in SPSS or somewhere else. It's in RStudio only. Our part is our key function. Our part wants to know what's the formula. Formula string we told R. Our indicator, our circumstances. Our part wants to know which data I'm going to use. Am I using data use, DF, row global, row Indonesia? I have too many data frames. I need to tell our part which data frame I'm using. So data use. Weights, we created a sample weight. Method, ANOVA. We assigned the value of 3 method to that. And then comes our standard control parameters, which we usually don't change much. And we discussed it a bit in the morning. We keep CP1, and then we divide CP chosen by the number of observations. So here, CP equals 1 divided by 1062. So our complexity parameter, or the cost of disaggregation, is 0.001. Okay? And that is the minimum amount of improvement we are asking from R square for a circumstance to show up in the tree. The top is the running the cart. Zilu showed we can always look at the tree fit summary. And then the bottom part is the plot of the cart. Here we're using the PRP function. This is coming from one of the packages you installed up top. That's why, you know, it's important to install those packages. A bunch of parameters that govern the size of the boxes, the color of the boxes, and things that are not too important. And then we can run this. And we get a tree. Bank account ownership, Indonesia, 2021 World Bank data. I'm not saying we use this data. I think we have better data from Susenas. But it's an example in case you want to play with a new data set. 52% of individuals have bank account. Those with lower education, 40%. They are furthest behind, marked in red, right? On the other side, we have secondary and tertiary educated individuals. Among them, 62% have access to bank account. Next comes residents. The algorithm found that among those secondary, tertiary educated individuals, urban, rural, there is a difference. So the ones who are in rural areas, 54% have access. Among urban areas, we reach 65%. And among the urban and secondary higher educated individuals, age comes up. And here we find that adults are better off, older persons, 65 plus, and younger persons, 15 to 24, they are slightly worse off. Yeah, 61% has access. So this is the base model that we put as an example. Now, you can see, Zilu, could you change the circumstance? For instance, we will do not age group, but we will use the raw variable age, which is a continuous variable, not a categorical variable. It's age with a small a. So she just changed it here, the circumstance. In the circumstance list, I don't have employment. I didn't put it. It's for you to consider. Maybe you want to add it and see if does employment matter in having access to bank account ownership. So we change it, and the tree we are estimating again. Now a very different tree. Again, education is the most important variable. It explains the biggest gap between lower and secondary. But then the furthest behind are individuals with lower education and individuals who are above 60. So older individuals with lower education are furthest behind. Among them, only 27% have access to bank accounts. This is something important with social protection. Imagine, you know, when you're trying to get your older benefits, if it's everything digital these days, it's important. This needs to be that we find a new furthest behind group by changing one circumstance. And we just change it from a categorical to a continuous variable. The algorithm found the threshold itself. Behind the scenes, it checked everything and it found that 60 plus versus 60 below was a big difference. See, if you're lower educated but younger than 60, 48%, almost half have access, but then 27%. There is a double-fold gap between those who are above 60 and below 60. Furthest ahead is a new group also. These are people who are, how are we going? These are secondary high educated households. There's a big age threshold at age 21. If you're younger than 21, you don't have that much bank account ownership. But if you're above 21, 66% have access. The tree is a little bit small. It may not be visible quite, but I think I see 66. And then again, among those who are older than 21, we are seeing that another age threshold comes, 45. We have no idea about this. The algorithm is deciding on its own. So those who are younger than 45, but over the more than 21, they're better off. And then finally, if they're in urban area. So the younger adults, let's say, 21 to 44, living in urban areas and who have secondary higher education. It might be the majority of this room too. If I take a guess. We are in this group. We are living in urban areas, in that age group, and secondary higher, at least. So this is another template. If you go down, you will see that we again have the D index. This is a positive indicator, so there's no adjustment of 1 minus. 100% is better. So if you click that, the D index will be estimated and we'll get a value, which is 0.11. It is not a high D index. When its D index is higher than 0.3, you can consider this is a moderately high inequality. If you're about 0.5 and above, then it's very high inequality. So in the grand scheme of things, 11% is somehow, what do we call this? Moderate inequality, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Do we have any question on this notebook? The notebook already includes another indicator there that's defined, but it's commented. So we didn't run that. If you take that hashtag from internet use, there's another variable there in case you would like to focus on this in your group work. Okay. It's we have 1.5 hours left. This is perfect time now to move into group work. But I'm not seeing any questions, so maybe we go to group work. Okay. A few instructions before we go to group work. Okay. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22 people in total. Okay? 22 people in total. Maybe there are a few who stepped out and will come. We could have around 4 groups here. Not everyone needs to run the algorithm. Maybe those who are with more R experience, you could be the leads in your teams, in your groups. But the group decides together which SDG indicator from which data to analyze. Okay? You can use, we are providing you DHS already. It's a little bit old, but if you'd like to focus on DHS, we have 2 examples for you from DHS, a household and an individual level indicator. You can use them as template. That's one option for groups to consider. The next option is Global Findex database. Very simple. The code is almost there. And there is mobile phone ownership, internet use, bank account ownership. There are 3 indicators in there. Global Findex data is also in your folder. If you have other data, for example, from BPS colleagues, if you have SUSENAS, there must be a team that does SUSENAS, and there must be a team that does SAKERNAS. Because in the lead person's computer, whoever has the data can run the algorithm. So we can break into groups. You decide on your groups, or I can also assign the groups, but maybe that's not too fair. You guys, as wherever you're sitting, you can make groups up to, 5 people, maybe 4 or 5 people. And the first is, choose your group and your thematic area and the survey. Which SDG indicator, which data, and then once you have this, identify the indicator and describe your model. So you will choose, yes, there's a question.
Yeah, right now in the training, all the things is provided just like the comment and the syntax. It means if we would like to use a different data set, meaning that we have to create our own coding then.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
But it's challenging. But so what you can do is that, as I was sharing earlier, if you're comfortable with Stata, prepare your data in Stata, no problem. Prepare your data in Stata, save your data in Stata, save it in the data folder in your same where it is. You can duplicate a notebook if you like. You can use our notebooks too. You can uncomment, put hashtags to the specific data folders, and you can use what we have essentially. But I suggest if you don't want to go do it fully in R, getting the raw data and processing raw data, you can do this in Stata. It's up to you. The challenge is in Stata, you cannot do R part. That's the problem. So at one point you will come to R.
Yeah, in that sense, let's say that we will work with either Stata or Excel first, and in the R, it consists of several steps. Let's say that we already cleaning the data in the Stata, and to what step that it can we start in the R, because it just like step 1, step 2, step 3, and for our cases that we already done every cleaning and Stata, and in what stage?
Let me show you. Let's go, Zilio, sorry. Can we go to the, yes. So let's go. For example, this is the Findex, yeah? This is the simple code, not too long. You can use this as your base if you're bringing data from outside. So here you would go to, in step 1, importing data, you will need to change the name of the data set. Maybe this will be Susenas 2023.dta. Yeah, this is one area where you'll do. When you change this, you're going to import the process data that you have. Yeah, that's the first change that you'll do. And then, for example, these lines will not be important. You can delete these lines because you're not longer using Findex anymore. There's going to be only one line. Yeah. So in step 1, that's really the only thing that you would do. Change the name of the data set that you're importing. In step 2, you will not generate indicator, you will not generate circumstances. Step 2 is all about generating new indicators, new circumstances, but you've already done that. Your data is final. What you need to do in step 2 is, if you have variables like education, you just need to tell R that this is a categorical and ordered variable. It only applies to variables which have 3 categories or more. So if you have urban rural, you don't need to tell R anything, and there's no order between urban rural. Yeah. But if you're doing the age groups, for example, there are 3 groups, so you'll need to say youth, adults, and older. So Zilu and I are here. We will always be walking around, and whenever there's an issue, we'll be with you. I assure you, you will generate trees in no time, okay? So in step 2, the only thing you would do is use the function or to rewrite the variable with the factor value that is informing the true that this is an ordered variable. It's an ordered categorical variable. We'll walk through again through the groups, and we'll see what are your circumstances, what is your indicator. In step 2, this is the only thing that you would do. Then you're in step 3. So if you like, you can take your time completely in whichever SPSS, Data, Excel, whichever software program you like. Stay there today, generate your indicator as a group, discuss the SDG indicator or indicators. If you generate more, is better. Maybe it's going to be easy. If you're in Sakarnas, let's say, you can get the informal employment, unemployment, youth not in employment, education, training. Those are already 3 SDG indicators that are coming from Sakarnas, for example. Yeah. In step 3, you will change the name of your indicator. You need to tell R what's your left-hand side, what's your outcome. You will need to tell R what is your circumstance list. Maybe you have a different circumstance list in your analysis. You can decide, you can have a standard model with standard variables with 9% sample size restriction. Then maybe you add disability there as a second model, right? You can focus on one indicator and try lots of different models to choose which model is better to use. And that means you're going deeper into one indicator, you're diving deeper. So really pinpointing a few lines that you would be changing if you're bringing data from outside. I think that's about it.
So maybe one additional tip if you clean the data outside is to just be careful about the variable name, because when we are running the card model, you see where, for example, this is the data set name we're putting in. So if you change that, then you just need to remember to change the name also. And like weights, we have a standard name of sample weight with the first letter uppercase. So if you have a different name, you either rename it or you have to change wherever we already put the variable name. So otherwise, sometimes it will run into error, called you certain things not found or doesn't exist. That happens a lot because we all have different naming convention. But just pay attention to this final R part function, what exactly are going here? And to make sure that you have the right variable name. And also a bit, I think here, like here we also cite the variable name, and here we have the indicator and circumstantive. Just be careful about the name.
Thank you, Zilu. This is an important point, and as she said, an error message will come, and it will remind you to change it. And we'll take a look at your code also. When you're looking into it, we'll be walking around.
And the variable name is case sensitive.
Yeah. All right. Do we have any questions? Anything unclear?
Is it is it possible for us if we have like circumstance with 3 like categories, but not ordinal? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can have, for example, language groups. You have the main language, the second language, and all the other language combined into one. You have 3 categories. There's no order. Then you don't have that additional step of telling R that this is an ordered variable. It's easier. But if you have a variable that has ranking, like education or age, then it's better to tell R. Yeah.
For age, we don't put it at all as ordered because for different indicators, we don't have the assumption like certain age is better or not. Because sometimes we see like adults will be better than younger and older. So it doesn't fall the natural order of number like from young to old, because we give the chance for the middle ones to stand out. But for education, we assume it's more like a kind of gradient type of effect in the outcome. But if you don't specify the order, then you can stick to the example of age group. Like we created 3 categories, you can even add more, but there's no order. So that's the example you can refer to.
Will affecting the outcome variable, right? Whether to make order or not. Like in this case, like for example, like education's level will be affecting we assume it will affect the
Yes. If you're putting it into circumstance list, it means you believe that education will have an impact on the Any other questions? So then let's give ourselves a few minutes now to find the groups. Yeah. Then the groups to have a leader or a group head or whatever it is the name, and this person can run. The others can also run the algorithm, no problem. But if it's easier, one person can run. Before coming to running, you still need to focus which SDG indicator What is your model? They could be your first discussion before getting into data. Yeah? You have a question?
Thank you, Selsat. Actually, we have to answer for 2025 ENR. So I would like this exercise, we address to answer this need. I believe that our friend from Statistic Indonesia bring Sakernas data and Susunas data. So better if this group, if divided by 4, two will do exercise using Susunas, and the other two using Sakernas. I'm sure that the data is belong to BPS. So put them in BPS database. If the other agree, it will be fine. Thank you.
So do we have, in this example, I think we'll need 2 people with Susenas. Do we have 2 people who have Susenas 2023 here? Or do you have only 1 person with Susenas? So you, 3. Okay. Okay. So people who have Susenas 2023, raising hands. If you have 2024, it's better. It keeps in your computer. You're not stealing anything. Okay. So you have 1. Who has Sakernas? Okay. Okay, excellent. Okay, yeah, that's good. So we will have 2 Sakarnas groups and 2 Susenas groups. That's 4 groups. Okay. So then we might end up 6 people in a group. To me, this is fine. If this is okay with you, if there is other people who are wanting other data, think about it, but you can also be in the Susenas and Sakarnas group. But the data belongs to BPS, and we are not taking BPS's data. Okay? The results they will share with us, and the results will feature in the Vienna. Are we good? Okay. So you guys are all colleagues, so I'm going to leave it to you to decide how you do the groups, but the group leaders are the ones who have access to data. And here we have the indicators that we have already analyzed from Sakernas 2019 and Susenas 2023. So this is Susenas 2023. You can take any one of these indicators. If you want, do all the indicators. Yeah, I mean, that's preferable. Or at least here today, you start with a few, and then you can generate even more as you, like in the next week or so. The next slide is for Sakernas. So in Sakernas, we have fewer variables. Informal employment, we have unemployment, not in education, employment training, and hourly wage. So the 2 Sakernas groups can split to 2 indicators. One group takes informal employment, unemployment. The other group, Sakernas group, takes need and hourly wage. There's underemployment. You were talking about underemployment, so it can be also, maybe one group does informal, underemployment, unemployment. You have the definitions of these. We follow your definitions. Now, we don't have any other definition. We follow BPS Sakarnas definitions. Then you decide how are you going to desegregate it. Yeah? Okay. So groups to decide, to be decided.
They say there are 4 BPS people, so they can be the
Yeah, looks like I don't but you have too many. Maybe they decide. I don't think they can.
or maybe they have it already.
They
Yeah.
But if they do it before, then don't worry about it. Then I think that stuff they do is like in the trend line, whatever they find. No, no, no. Look. But we get them for trend line going.
Like, but the business is no longer there. I'm not sure. I mean, for LNOB, maybe all of them are there. For spot, it's not way. They are there, yes. It's just starting this year. And so my friend from Bapnas told me that because they are also using usability, so even Bapnas cannot get.
Everything. So check this registration.
Below everything is
In the
from
same-
one data set,
Okay.
except for one variable, the H group. The H group variable is different from the data set.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what's the relationship of the two data set? How can you combine them? Can you merge them by identifier? Or like, how would you put the two data set together?
Unique idea, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so first I would suggest you import everything and you can keep the variables you need from the two data set.
The ID, the ID.
Yeah, you select ID and the variables here because now you have too many variables. It's a little bit difficult to, yeah. So let's do this. So I'll maybe just write some sample code and you can modify.
It
Second.
seems so easy for you, but difficult for us.
Yeah, no worries, because there's a learning curve with R. I did that in my previous job like for 5 years, so I know. So for example, we have data 1, and what's the raw data set? I'll just put random stuff. And Shift Control M, select. And you type all the variable names. And you type all the variable names here. So this is your first data set. Because you are going to bring variables from two data set, right? This is the first one. You take the raw data set, select just the variable name, the ID, and everything here.
So this is for the first data set. Okay.
So we first have two data sets of only the variables you need, and then we merge them.
So the unique ID and the independent variables.
Yeah, everything you need.
Ya, itu query ngambil dataset.
And just the variable
Kan namanya
names
beda
like
lagi.
that. Or something.
Berarti ngambil ke blok yang mana tadi tuh? Select.
Wah, mungkin mau ngerti langsung ini
Itu depannya ada R kan?
nama variabelnya udah yakin bener kan?
Gue liat deh. Kuesioner.
Ya udah ya.
Oh,
Gimana?
oh, tadi saya salah. Tapi susunan kan banyak pertanyaan turunan ya. Jadi aku cuma ambil pertanyaan pertama aja. Males lihat baca turunannya.
So you put the variable name A, comma, variable name B, and you have everything.
And then after that,
After this, you run it.
Error.
sorry, the function is error.
Can I take a look?
I think it's the function.
So library, you load the packages.
Oh,
You load the packages, so that's because with deployer it's easier. I'm more comfortable with that.
this package.
Next, loading packaging.
Loading.
Yes, you run everything here. Okay, then you rerun the code. Yes. Maybe you can also copy and just put it in the chunk so that you can have it later. So you see here you have the data set, only the 4 variables. Yeah, and you do the same to create data 2 and with all the variables. And then I write you how to merge.
Dataset di dataset variable dataset nggak ada, tapi pokoknya uniknya harus tetap ada. Jadi kalau yang data kedua step yang kayak gini juga. Is it actually available in the data set?
Oh, but every survey you have something weight. Because otherwise, when you count the average, it will not be
Then let us take
reliable. So which data? Fitness and this. Maybe I can copy. Oh,
Indonesia.
I have 23, but other people did the data cleaning, so
23.
yeah, so I can go back to the code to check. Because like we have data code for that. I wait.
Itu apa namanya?
Do you have this variable FWT, individual weight?
Can you come again?
To make sure
The name of the
household weight, not the individual weight.
As for the previous example, what is the example in the secondary indication? Like this,
Secondary, no, because that's DHS, that's a different weight. Because for successness, this is individual level indicator, we can use individual weight. So it's in whatever individual data set, you should have this FWT.
Hmm.
Do you have this variable?
Di datanya.
So it should be from Oh, setelah 105 deh kayaknya
Like
setelah
the
urban
core
indicator.
It is in a different data set.
But which data set do you get the birth registration? It has to be the individual data set, right? Then individual data set, it should have the individual weight.
Any bird registration is
Data set are you looking? I think it should be in KOR. I don't know the difference. I think it's It's 2015, 23. Yeah, you should call the FWT. This data set.
Di sana core 23
You maybe have a FWT variable name.
FWT.
FWT. So
So we have, this is the dollar sign. It will do the switch for the same time, but you can check if it's available because I put F then it automatically search for starting point. So you now you can put FWT lowercase with this variables. Yeah, it's better to sort it out at this stage so that later you know where to get all the data. I'll just try to see if that variable is available. It is available. We can add it.
Yes.
This one, say when you are cold, so you can run next. Maybe that clean. That's not too bad. Oh, no. The same note. You need one of the. I'm just to save it somewhere in the code so that.
That's my next.
Because we still make the other code. You know where it's on. Okay, then we do that. This the household level or combined for what is this data set? The age level is and the number of observations are there.
Each available in the different data set.
So, like, so this one is the image of the site. But this is it why this have four observations? Also,
This one is the household data set, and this one is the individual data set.
so from household data set, which variable? you use?
Each group.
Why the age group is in the household? We're talking about the age of, you mean the age of the household head or the age of the child? What exactly is the age?
Sambalnya rumah tangga. Is that the aggregate data, just like the number of the household whose age is from 0 until 4.
But that should not be in the household data set, it should be in the individual data set. Like the individual data set lists all the individuals, and then you know the age of each one, you filter that for those. But the household, like how comes that have age on household level, because each household will run different. So individual
Yeah, okay.
character. Oh, yeah.
For the individual age group data, that what is helpful 7. This one. The individual age group. The individual age group data. Ini data yang so since all the individual data we can just merge it in the previous comment, right, in the data set one need to add another variable from the data too, because everything is the individual data.
So then we only need that, yeah.
So we just add it in the previous comments.
We only have one data set, we don't need to merge, it's better.
So we just need done with our data set. What is the next step? Should we cleaning?
Yeah, you recall, we can start from the indicator. So which is the variable for birth registration? Or you can first start by what is the sample? What is the sample for birth registration? Are you talking about people below the age of 5, or what is the age range of the condition? Or you want to do it for all individuals?
All individuals.
Okay, okay, then we can start with the indicator.
So which is the variable to create the ask whether someone has birth registered or not?
Oke,
Birth certificate.
ini sama 409 aja.
About early marriage.
Usianya sih. Dia nanyanya gini, usia berapa dia menikah. Nah, baru ketahuan kalau misalnya dia jawabnya rendah, berarti bilangnya kecil. Terserah semua mana.
Jadi kita pengen 20.
No, actually, she has a question about the birth registration. Are we intend to analyze all of the individual, or are we going to
Certain age
trickle it
group.
down into the certain age group?
Yeah, what do you report
That's a good
first?
question. We don't think about it yet, but
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, because when we present the results, we take the SDG definition of like under age of 5. But I think for Indonesia, you also have like under age of 17 or something. You have multiple indicators. So which one you had? So maybe we can do the others while she's figuring out which one is the variable you code for birth registration. Which variable tell you where is it? Okay. So what are the categories? Do you know which value we code them as unregistered or which? Okay. Which one is the first registration?
Birth registration. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, the question is whether the respondent has the birth certificate or not.
Yeah. That's good.
But there is no coding.
Ya, ada 1, 2, mungkin. Jadi 508 belum.
The code is four code. One is for yes, the respondent has the birth certificate and the individual can show it. And for number 2, they have it, but they could not show the birth certificate. And for 5, did not have the birth certificate, and 8 did not know.
Okay, so basically, I think when we define, we take the value of 1 and 2. Like either they show the certificate or they confirm it's registered, but maybe they don't show the certificate. So we count 1 and 2 as positive. Then
Report, yeah.
yes. So you can do it like
Yeah, UNICEF does the same. Even if you don't show the certificate, they still say, okay, they accept. Yeah. If you don't know, then it means probably you don't have to. Very good. This guy's also got bad age. You guys talk to each other? You're looking at the same indicator. Wait, which indicator is which indicator?
Indicator 5 early marriage.
Early marriage. Okay, very good. Sarcasm, which indicators?
So is this question asking to everyone? In the questionnaire, is this question asked to everyone?
So basically, next you will modify the data. You mutate. You create a new variable, copier or whatever you want to name it.
Tapi kali aja dia sukses 2024. Kita 2023.
And we use if else because we want to like based on the condition, we regroup them. So I just put like here, oh, sorry. Here means like not missing. I don't know if there's any missing in the data, but just to be
There must
safe.
be a missing data.
Yeah. So, but then you can later, how do you want to treat the missing? Do you want to exclude them or you want to code them as not registered? But maybe first you can check if
Actually,
there's missing.
excluded from the analysis because we have no idea about
Okay.
the response.
Okay, then we don't care about this part. So, if else, the variable name equal 1 or equal 2. If they're taking the value of 1 or 2, we put value of 1.
But if missing data is just too many, we just code that we do not know. It depends on the number of missing data.
But then you should check at this step before you. Okay. So it's a categorical variable with different values. Remember in the example we use count.
Count?
Yes. So what's the variable name again?
Yeah, 508.
Okay, no missing, but we have this no.
Oh, okay.
So how do we want to treat them? We count them as not registered or we exclude them?
Normally, what are you doing with people who answer do not know?
We call them also not registered.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll do that.
But we want to follow your statistic procedure.
For me, I will exclude it, but I don't know.
Yeah, because they should match the situation, right? Yeah, but maybe we can first try, and then if the number doesn't match, we can
Just
go back.
say, just code it as you talk. So I will code it as not
Yeah.
registered.
So it's the same, and because there's no missing values, then if it's equals to 8, it doesn't meet this, it will be in the 0 bucket.
So mutate in here mean create a new variable.
Oh no, DD is the variable name. It's the R508. So here we're counting 1 and 2 as 1, and others, including don't know 8 as 0. But if later you think we should treat the don't know differently, we can go back to this step and modify. Okay.
Okay.
Does it work? Okay. And now we have the indicator. And I think, so let me check if the weight was doing anything. Do you have the average you want to benchmark with? So that we know we're doing it right.
Can you explain again?
So do you know the average of birth registration rate? Is there a published results we can check? We can see if we match that.
We need to browse first
Okay.
the percentage.
Okay, then maybe we can do it later, but I'll just in order to check that, because we have to make sure we're not doing anything crazy. So let me show you the code where we check that. So basically you will use weighted mean. Use weighted mean and it would be data 1 and BR and FWT. Oh, sorry, it's data 1, WT, data. Yes, you.
Sorry.
Okay, so this is the weighted average. Then you need to check whether it's a reasonable number or not. If it's not, we need to modify how we treat. Yeah, we just try to figure out what we can match. So now we have the indicators. We need the circumstances. So what are the circumstances we're considering? The right-hand variables. Gender.
The
Location.
average of Indonesian people who has the birth certificate is around 91%.
No, our number is not matching. So which
But
survey
this
is it from?
This is only for the children.
So maybe as a validation, we can try to see children if we can match the children. What's the range, age for this children? Are they considering for this 90 something percent? What is the age range?
Information about the age group, and it is only says that the percentage of children who have the birth certificate per province and also down below the is age.
So that's from
The BPS data.
Okay, so maybe we try maybe younger than 18. Maybe we just give it a try.
So to do that, so we just create another data set so that we don't touch the current one. You have a new data set called CHD children.
Right. Oh, under 5 aja coba.
5? Okay, then we can check 5. Like the age variable name. What is the name of the age variable?
83%.
This one? Oh,
No, it's not.
age.
Okay, 17.
So maybe oh, okay, then we just 18. Then we run the same weighted mean. You just change the CHD. Just change that. Match? Yeah. Okay. Then it means that one is for age under 5. Okay, but we can still do for all age if you want. It doesn't. But at least we know how we code the birth registration seems to be aligned with.
It is for the under 5 secret then.
Oh, under 18.
Oh, under 18.
Oh yeah. Okay. And now we create circumstances like you have a location. You mean like rural, urban? And sex, then you can just follow this template. So for example, this is data one. You mutate residence or rural, whatever. You can use either if else or case when, but this is the variable for location. And you see which value represents rural, which value represents urban. You run this, and for gender, it's the same. Here, so it's the same structure. Replace the data name.
The value first, the code.
Yeah, you need to check the variable name, check the value, but you can use the same template and you create one by one. So you have you have gender, you have location. What else you have in the circumstance?
Location, age, gender.
So for age, if you want to include as a circumstance, you may want to define as age groups. Then you can follow the code of defining age group. Here, like this. Yeah, you would just use the current template we have, but you just replace the variable name, replace the grouping. If you want to add more, you can add more. So it doesn't, and the label, you can change the label. Like, so it's basically the same. You follow the example from the code and you run one by one. Any other circumstances? Do you have like maybe mother's education? Oh, okay. Ini ada nggak? Nggak kan? Nggak.
Pendidikan.
Oh, ada. Ada kategori?
Education is we have the education variables in the model in the data set.
Tapi itu menjadi orang pikir. Oh.
So any other circumstance, but you can continue doing that.
You've done.
Thank you so much.
For now, I think everyone is in good shape. For now, we can finish. But tomorrow when you come in the morning, no presentation, nothing. You will continue working, okay? And we need to coordinate a bit because we have two groups looking at the same indicator. So that we can differentiate. Tomorrow after your first indicator, I'm sure with the first, things will be easier for the number 2. Yeah? So thank you so much to you all. Excellent job. I told you, you will do it very nicely. Right.
Numbers are outside, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't ask.
So what if you go back to the tree? After you estimate I will come next year.
Was wondering if he already posted the sound. Thank you. Need our help. Wait for the group. Is it okay for our team to wrap up?
Tomorrow? Okay. Yeah, I think so.
Everybody's still.
Did they marry before it? That's the. Yeah. Okay. And this number is about 29%. You will take that number. So, and the wealth is the expenditure. Is it considered expenditure? One thing. What you have the education, this is the education of the girl. Stability of we have 9% subsidized billing. 49. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. I think we can close the Zoom meeting.
Good stuff.